Alright, we are live. Welcome back to the stream. I am Mr. Touchshriek. We are playing Dwarf Fortress today, in our fortress Beguiledbastions of Beers, in the world of Plains of Enchantment. Welcome everybody. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to having some fun today. So, had a great stream yesterday. Had a lot of fun. I have tweaked my mic volume a little bit. Hopefully we can be heard a little bit better today. You don't have to crank your volume up quite so much like last time. Alright, so this is our world that you're seeing right now on screen. Our fort is way in this little corner of the continent here. We're kind of in the middle of nowhere. There's not a lot around us. Our Dwarven civilization is way the heck up here. But we picked this fort for some very unique properties. So let's get to it. So last time we were working on our new grand entrance, and right at the very end of the stream, just after I had stopped streaming, we had a little visitor. This guy right here, a little hard to see, but let's zoom in on him so you can see him. This is. I'll read you his description, one sec. There he is, right there. So let's go. This is the where camel Ushrir Kolinsham Ad has come. A very large camel twisted into human form. It is crazed for blood and flesh. Its eyes glow green, its charcoal hair is short and even. Now you will know why you fear the night. Hey Mazuma 3, great to see you. I saw that you followed right after the end of the stream, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm glad you're here. I'm really excited to be here too, honestly. It was a great stream last time. We had a whole bunch of follows, lots of people chatting. It was brilliant. So I'm looking forward to having another good one. So we have a were-camel. Now, unfortunately, the whole last stream I had my fort buttoned up nice and tight. I'll give you an overview of the fort here. I don't know if you watched any of the VODs, but this is the overview of our fort. Go up one level so you can see the roof. It's all flat, kind of boring. Not very dwarfy. We're working on that. We've got guard towers here and guard towers here. These are designed specifically to watch out for were creatures. Give us some warning. Now, the were creature, and unfortunately, the entire stream last time we had the bridges up, we were buttoned up for safety, and we had no issues whatsoever, no worries. But of course, because it is coming up on trading season, we're expecting a caravan next month. I lowered the bridges to get ready for that, so I didn't have to worry about it later. And of course, that's when the were-camel shows up. Wouldn't you know it? Okay, so we're gonna have to deal with it. But we've dealt with these guys before, and that's why we have this courtyard here. So the idea is, if we can't get this bridge up in time, which we probably won't, then what's gonna happen? He's gonna come in here. He's gonna start fighting with all of our dogs, and our dogs they're going to sacrifice themselves for the fort, because that's what they're here for. And then we're going to raise up this bridge, and we're going to trap the were-camel in this area. Then what we can do is, once he's trapped, we can bring our archers into this room here and shoot him, hopefully. Mark's dwarves are not necessarily the most reliable people in the world, so let's see if they actually behave themselves this time. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to call up our squads, and we're going to do the imprisoned papers, which is our Mark's dwarf squad, and we're going to move them here. So now, if you're not familiar with Dwarf Fortress, these are fortifications, which means the dwarves can see through them, but they can't pass through them, so they can't move through them. But they can see them, it's like arrow slits. So they can shoot through them. Hopefully they'll be able to see the were-camel here and shoot it. Alright, next thing we're going to do is we need to go down the fort to our levers. We're going to have to pull some levers and raise the bridges. So we're going to, this right here is one of our main doors. So we're going to pull that lever. So that locks the inside door. And then we're going to go down a bit further here. These are right here are the levers for the bridges themselves. So we're going to pull those, make them high priority, and hope our dwarves can get to them before too many dogs die. Okay. The music's a bit too loud. I'm just going to crank that down here. Max, let me know how the audio sounds. I've been monkeying around with the audio levels, so I just want to make sure that they're not too, or that they're in a nice balance. Just let me know what you think. Okay, so we are good to go, I think. Okay, so let's get started. We're gonna follow our war camel in here, see where he goes, and we'll zoom in. Actually, let's zoom in. Can't see anything. There we go. All right. Oh, he's fast. Jesus Christ, he's fast. All right, so now he's fighting our dogs. Now, unfortunately, it does take a lot of time to get the bridges raised, so let's hope he doesn't kill them too quickly. There we go. So now we are safe enough. We got a lot of combat going on, but mostly it's dead dog or dogs getting killed. All right, so he's right here. Let's see. Let's check the combat reports. There's a lot of dogs fighting. 8 pages of combat reports. Wow. Ton of fighting. I'm wondering if the were camel has been injured at all. No, he's just killing dogs. really much. He's killing dogs quickly. We're gonna go just quickly here. So his dogs have done well. So his left foot's cut open and dented and bruised. The body, they're doing awesome. All right, are our dwarves here yet? Nope. Our marks dwarves have not showed up yet. The were camel is enraged. Oh, so many puppies. Oh, yeah, the marks dwarves are shooting at him. Will they save any dogs? I don't think so. A couple did manage to escape over the bridges, though. Where's he? Oh, geez. So, okay, that's interesting. So he, in order to escape, he actually climbed up this ramp onto the top of this wall and jumped off into the moat. So he's now in the moat here. So he's swimming. That's going to be interesting. So he shouldn't be able to get out of... Oh, he just climbed right up, didn't he? Well, that wall doesn't work. I think I'm going to have to add another level. Oh, that's hilarious. That's so funny. Okay, so dwarves. Where are my dwarves here? Let's see if they are... I don't know if they can... Marks dwarves don't like to shoot unless they're right up against the wall. So let's see if we can't get there. I'm also going to try... Oh! Our were camel has transformed back. Well, that plan didn't work very well, but that's okay. So let's try. So the squad, E, kill. See if they can attack this guy. I think he's up in a tree right now. Alright, next thing we're going to do is we're going to lower this bridge and we're going to send the squad out to go and kill him. So we're going to go squad A and C. Those are the really good guys. We're going to attack our where he's literally in a tree. We've treed him. Beautiful. Alright, and we got to go down and lower the bridge again. Were camel attacks are so much fun. Okay. I don't know if the Marks dwarves will actually shoot him. We'll see. Squad. I think when you tell Marks, oh, no, there you go. They're shooting at him. Look at that. Look at those arrows fly. Nothing beats fun. Yeah, the whole idea of that of building the fort with the bridges connecting. I was hoping that the dwarves, by walking on those bridges all the time, they would not get cave adaptation. They'd actually see some sunlight and, you know, not puke all the time. That didn't work. It just made it worse. So I have severe cave adaptation right now throughout my entire fort. Consequently, there's vomit everywhere. But I'll go through and give you a quick tour once this guy is dealt with. Hoping they, you know, lower the bridge sometime soon. There we go. So now my squads can go out and actually we don't need both of them, so we're just gonna, oh, there we go. They're working on it. Look at those Marks dwarves go. Finally, they're useful. And a little bit of murdering going on here. Well, that's a Marks dwarf. Okay. Marks dwarfs are great as long as you can prevent them from actually running up to your target and bashing them with their crossbow. That's their favorite thing in the world to do. Shooting is for losers. So, oops, pardon me, wrong key. So we're gonna dump this guy. Unforbid that. Okay, so he's gonna get thrown in the corpse pile. Unforbid all of these arrows. I think that worked out. Aside from all the dead dogs, and there are lots of them, that didn't work out that bad. But I think I have to build another level onto my my fortress walls. Climbing is actually a really dangerous mechanic in this game, because stuff can climb over walls like no one's business. It's one of the reasons why we are going and building our new grand entrance, to avoid this. So this has worked out really well for a few years now, but as you can see, we are vulnerable to werebeasts, because you don't get a lot of warning with them. They have to be seen by someone in the fortress, and it takes a while to get bridges raised, because a dwarf has to actually go to the lever, pull it, and then there's a slight delay before it actually gets pulled. So this fortress design has not been ideal up here. But let's go down and we'll take a look. I'll give you a quick tour of the fortress here. I'm going to just zoom out real quick. Sorry, wrong. Here we go. Alright, just so you can see the overview of the fortress. This is the main surface level. We've got a river coming in here, and I've diverted it down here to build a moat, which, as you can see, works perfectly. And so we have two different waterfalls, one over here and one over here. So the main fortress is built around this one. And we're just going to kind of go down. So we've got our corpse pile here to the on the right, wood pile on the left. We've also got our farm area here. So this right here is above ground, as is this. So that's surface plants, and then over here is this one and this one are for underground plants. So we've got basically anything we could need to grow, all nice and protected underground, which is good. And then down we go. Everyone has it's got to have a dedicated corpse pile. I mean, and it's right next to the trash compactor, so we don't exactly treat them with a lot of reverence. but yeah, you got to have a corpse pile. Bigger the better, honestly. All right, so while we're here, I made this corridor wider last time, so I'm just gonna tell the dwarves to smooth that. All right, so that will look a little bit nicer. Okay, so as we go, this is the beginnings of our new grand entrance. So they're gonna come in on the. So I want to actually. 1 second, I want to see who actually got that kill. So this is our were-camel. He had turned back into a dwarf. And it looks like a hammer lord bashed him in the head with his named hammer, bruising the muscle, jamming the skull through the brain, and tearing the brain. Excellent. There's a lot of good combat. But I'm actually really pleased that the Marks dwarves actually did their job really well. So it looks like a hammer lord. Yeah, 13. Well, most of it was dead dogs, to be fair. I mean, if we look at it, were-camel with killing dogs, more dogs, more dead dogs, more dead dogs, more dead dogs, more dog combat, and so on and so on and so on. So this is where, right down here is where he changed back into his dwarf form. And this is when the dwarves started shooting at him. So I'm not sure if there's any in here, just scanning it really quickly, I'm not sure if there's any arrows that hit him before that. It's a lot of vomiting that goes into the combat log, so that's important. So he gets shot with a bunch of arrows, and then the hammer lord comes and beats his brain in. And it is nice. So that would be the hammer lord. Is he a citizen of the fort or a visitor? He was a visitor. I did have at the very, very beginnings, we've had a lot of were problems in this fort. And the very, very first couple years, we had a were-camel get into the fort and just go to town. So we had a few actually were-camel incidents, but I have excised them, and there's no problems with that anymore. But yeah, they show up every now and then. They're always a pain in the ass. Luckily, I've got lots of dogs, so they did their job. So the hammer lord, yeah. So it was this guy who killed him. So Lorbam to Bullthob, he is a very, very good hammer dwarf. We have a lot of great military dwarves in this fort. They've been training for a long time. Okay, so going down. So this is our right here again. This is the beginning of our grand entrance. I'm new to DF, but most of my forts have fallen to werebeasts when the disease spreads. The dogs seem to be great defense because they cannot be turned. Right, that's right. The were-camel will kill them, and yeah, he can't, or the were-beast, whatever, will turn them. He can't turn them into were-creatures. They'll only be able to turn sentient beings. So, actually, one of the very interesting things was our outpost liaison, which is your trader. Like, he's the representative for your civilization, so he's who you do trade agreements with. He got turned with one of our first were-camels. And that was really interesting because I can't expel him from the fort. You can't do anything to him because he's not part of your fort, right? So I ended up, he was just in my temple chilling out, and it was coming into the full moon again, and I'm just like, well, I got to deal with this. So I just set my squads to murder him in the temple, and well, as you can imagine, that didn't go over well with the dwarves in the temple, so I had a big loyalty cascade, and everyone got mad, and everybody started fighting, and I think I lost 20 some odd dwarves to just the fighting between people who really liked the outpost liaison and people who think, hey, we don't want to get eaten alive, and they just started fighting and killing each other. So, which only made it worse because it was bad. It was bad. So my first the first time, actually I'll show you when I get down to the temple, but the first the first graveyard I built was to deal with that, and that's right here. So this is the top level of our temple. This is our temple right here in the center. Let me just zoom in a bit here. Come on, man. All right, that's our temple. It's a 3-level. It's 3 levels tall. The top here, this is our mausoleum in the temple, and that is basically all due to that first werebeast attack. Yeah. So it ended up killing a lot of dwarves, which is too bad. So we've got our temple. This is our main temple. We've got another little one up here on the right. Just make sure he's standing up. Okay. Just checking my combat logs. So Lorban is standing up. So we've got another temple. This is dedicated to Vesh. He's the god of death and rebirth. Our main temple down here. 3 levels tall, as you can see, and there's a kind of a ramp staircase up here into our other temples. So we've got another temple. Actually, I think this one's dedicated to Vash, isn't it? Whatever. We've got 2 temples here as well, dedicated to specific gods. Our Dwarven Count's royal quarters. And then we've got a couple of bedrooms for some of our best dwarves, and food storage, kitchen area. This is the tavern, the bedroom for the tavern. Our tavern itself, lots of tables. We have a nice artifact musical instrument here. Speaking of which, I need to build one in here. So when I put this artifact in, that was built. We built that at the end of my first stream. I removed a couple other ones just so we weren't doubling them up. So we want a overseas beers, Polar Bisect. Some of these are difficult to say. Okay. Okay, so we're going down to the kind of the main. So these are the bedrooms. Again, we'll zoom out a bit. Oops. Zoom out so we can see what's going on. So our bedroom complexes, we've got 3 levels of bedrooms. 1, 2, 3. And then our main entrance hall with all of our artifacts on pedestals aligned along the walls here. We have, and the bridges down at the, oops, where are they? There we go. There's our main bridges. This is a gold bridge, which I rebuilt recently, and then this one is a bridge that has to be redone because it's just too narrow. It needs to be at least 3 wide. Dwarves have a hard time getting across because it's just so much traffic. Until last stream, that was the only way across the bridge, or only way across from one side to the other. So yeah, so we're gonna have to do that project at some point. Those bridges can be raised as well, although I haven't had much need to do that recently. And then our hospital, right down here, our fishing area, which actually should make sure those doors aren't locked. Oh, they're good. Okay, now we go down to the fort. We've got storage areas, our forge level, some basic storage and workshop. This is actually kind of a neat thing. So I've started doing multiple workshops. Having lots and lots of workshops, and so that we can have lots of things being worked on at the same time, but more importantly, we can have lots of craft dwarfs working on crafts, so we can hopefully prevent our dwarves from, needing to do crafts, right? So we've got lots of craft workshops for them to do. So we get down to our temple, our cavern lair, and we've got a whole menagerie of caged critters down there we haven't figured out what to do with. Our cloth manufacturing area and the cavern lair. So this is a huge cavern lair, and I've completely blocked off all access to it. I've got 3 werebeasts trapped down here, which I will show you. I won't go through it with you. If you want details, check the VODs in the opening one. But there's one here, and there's one on 2, or there's a couple other ones around the fort as well. This whole fort, I've managed to completely seal it off so that nothing gets in or out of this cavern lair, which is pretty cool. Okay, so let's go back down to let's make sure our bridges are where we want them. So we need to raise these or lower these bridges again so that we can get our caravan shortly. So A, P, E, here we go. And I think that's all of it. Okay, let's zoom on in and get to work. Got a lot of digging to do. Have you had issues with dwarves falling in the river? Yes. Yes, I have. I have found a couple of dwarves in my various forts mysteriously drowned in ponds, rivers. I'm not sure if they fell in while working, combat, or perhaps another dwarf murdered them. Dwarves won't murder their fellows, typically. You'll see a comment log if they will. I mean, they'll start fights often if they're not happy. Sorry, one sec here. Got some arrows kicking around here. So that's weird. Why are they there? Okay, anyway. More often than not, if you're in a biome that freezes, thaws happen instantly. So if they're walking across a pond and it thaws, they fall in the water and they die. I've had a few die that way. But up here, when I was building this this river, or the moat, this right here is a little waterfall. It goes down a 1Z level. Really tiny little waterfall, but as you can see here, it gets fairly shallow at the crest of the waterfall. And dwarves will look at that and say, well, that's safe to cross. They'll go across, and they'll get swept into the deep water, and then they'll drown. Right here is a little memorial of 6 dwarves that all drowned right here because they were morons. And if we look at this statue, which is why, of course, I had to wall it off, keep the dwarves away from it. This statue here, and part of this memorial garden, is a testament to these dwarves. So this is an exceptional Gneiss statue of dwarves. The item is a rendition of the tragic torments of drowning, an image of 6 dwarves and Vesh, the deity of death and rebirth, depicted as a rotting male dwarf. The 6 dwarves are praying to Vesh. The 6 dwarves are withering away. Vesh is embracing the 6 dwarves. The image was commissioned by the Whiskered Whiskies, the local government. So I made that to commemorate the drowning of those 6 guys and their ascension to, death. So, ye be warned, no river crossing. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. It's just, one of those things, right? So, dwarves are dumb when it comes to water. They're dumb when it comes to, mining the square they're standing on when it's the only thing standing or keeping them from a 20Z level drop. That sort of thing. They're really good at that. So, okay. So we need to... So this is our new grand entrance. So it's going to be it's basically going to be a giant cavern that we're doing, or we're carving out here. So this is the top level. We've got lead statues along the top, which people, when you come in, you'll see them above you, and it'll just look cool. Completely useless. No one can actually get anywhere near them, but it looks good. And then we've got here a row of gem windows, which will be above the entrance here. So this is going to be the main entrance for the trade caravans, and really anybody visiting the fort will be coming in through here. We've also got 2 little accesses here. I'm thinking of doing those for small, like just for people. In fact, I built some doors last time to put here. Made them out of gold, because why the hell not? Oh shit. Okay, it's gotta be here. one's still being built. Now, so this is going to go down 13 levels down to the river bottom here. So it's going to go all the way down to about to this level here. It's going to be all wide open. There's going to be multiple bridges. It's going to be very cool. All right, but the big problem when you're channeling and you're digging down is that you have to make sure that you don't arrange it so your dwarves can't get back up. So we need to build a mine out there and there so our dwarves can actually get back up. Because eventually there's going to be no access to these staircases. They're probably going to actually end up getting just taken down eventually. But eventually, the whole idea is that if anyone comes in through here, they have to spend a long time getting to the fort, which is going to be over here. And there's going to be lots of chances to block them off and deal with them. All right. But as of right now, this is right here. This ramp is the only way in or out of this area. Okay, so we are digging down. So we've got, this is the last level that we dug. It's fully dug out now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to designate. I was wondering how many years this fort has been running. Also, if you know which version. Okay, so this is 12 and a half years old, this fort. It is, I'm running 4704 still. I haven't moved to the new one yet. Really, the main reason I'm waiting is because I really do like using the utilities, Dwarf Therapist, Dwarf DF Hack, that stuff. I don't use DF Hack for much as far as like cheating goes, because I don't really believe in cheating, but it does have some really nice utilities. So for instance, it has a feature called Dig V, so you can dig a vein out, you can dig a circle. Those are really handy. Saves a lot of time. You've got the ability to check to see what caused someone's death, which is really handy. So for instance, I could find out who killed that were-camel with a single command, if I wanted to. What's going on here? Oh, I see. Okay. I forgot what I was doing. Okay. So this is going to be where the actual, that's going to be the path coming in, the corridor coming in. So it's going to come in through here. Again, eventually those will be gone, and then we'll be down here, and then down further as well. Eventually it'll curve up to the top, and the trade depot will be up here somewhere, and then there will be bridges going across this big opening to allow our dwarves access. So yeah, we're 12 and a half years in to this fort, and it's going well, actually. I would say this is probably my most successful fort ever. Oh, let's not dig that. That's not what we want. The S is different from the D key, folks. Remember that. So this is just painful designating of smoothing. I hate unsmooth stone. So I make sure everything is smooth. And that's why I'm doing this one level at a time to make sure that everything gets smooth and looks cool. But it is a pain in the ass. If you're new to Dwarf Fortress, how have your forts gone so far? Alright, so hi C-Do, how are you? Nice, thanks for showing up. Got a link here to the tile set right now. This is the Vettlinger tile set with the text will be text extension, and the text will be text multi-level rendering as well, so I can see more than one Z level at a time, which is handy and also quite confusing. So it's this comes as part of the Lazy Noob pack if you're using that, which I am. And it is, I really like the tile set. I think it is, I think it's the classiest looking tile set that there is. It's not too colorful. It's not hard in the eyes, and it looks very dwarfy. So I'm really happy with it. One sec here. Just got it. Alright, so there we go. Everything is designated for smoothing, so let's let the dwarves loose and we'll get them down there and working on it. They're still able to get down. Okay. I didn't know about this DF hack feature. Tried functions auto labor, which can be handy when you don't want to designate all the jobs for your dwarves, and digging invaders, which sounds interesting. I am terrified to use that one. I mean, the whole purpose of being underground is to not have invaders come get you, right? So I'd rather they didn't dig, but I can understand it would definitely be a challenge to play with that level. But yeah, if you go into your DF hack terminal, you can actually see, or hit LS. Let me see if I can. I'll pop it up for you here. Just let me add a new thing. Just 2 seconds. So I'm just going to add a window capture element. We're going to create a new one. This is DF hack. Bear with me 2 seconds. That's the one. Okay, so now let's turn that on. Oh, you can see that right there? So if you hit LS, it'll give you a list of all the different commands you can do. Now it doesn't give you exactly how to use them all, but most of them you can type help, and it'll give you an idea of what they do. So it's useful. Like I said, I don't use a lot of the advanced features of DF hack because I don't use auto labor, and I don't use, I don't let it automate my my clothing industry for me or anything like that. But it can be really useful in dealing with some of the limitations of Dwarf Fortress's interface. Some things are hard to find in Dwarf Fortress, I've found. So it's so I do use that. Oh, sorry, let me turn that off so you can see the fortress again. Sorry about that. Okay. And of course we also have Dwarf Therapist, which allows us to see our dwarves in more detail than you get. Actually, it's not more detail than you get. It's just easier because you can see all your dwarves at a glance. So for instance, we can see who is our masons. So we can sort by masons. Those are all of our masons, sorted by their skill level. So 20 is legendary, that's the highest level you can get. Stone detailers, those are the engravers and whatnot. So we can see, well, how many miners do I have? I got a fair number of miners, so we're okay. We're okay there. I think I'm going to add another one though, because we have a lot of digging to do. So let me always remind me if I forget to turn Dwarf Therapist off, because it's a different Windows setup than what I have here. All right, so we are working to smooth this. So the way we're doing this dig is that every level that we're going down is getting smoothed and detailed, so that as we go down, they're all going to look good. You can't, once you dig past a level, you can't go back and smooth it. So it's kind of has to be done up front, which means this takes a long time to do. More smoothing, which is why every dwarf in my fort has stone detailing enabled. Every single one, except for some of the cranky ones. Alright. We got a prophet visiting. That's cool. Where is he? Oh, okay. Alright. So, while the dwarves are doing this, well, let's go check the tavern out. Make sure, see how they're doing. I don't know why my dwarves don't really use this tavern. I've also got a nice library down here, which is really handy. Dwarves love libraries. We've got a lot of books. Dwarves love libraries and they love reading books. So if you don't already do it, build a library, buy a book from the caravan, and set it up, and your dwarves will actually use it a lot. You also get good visitors too. So that's our temple there. Dwarves are happy. Okay, let's go back up here and build that other door that we were talking about. Door. Should be done by now. It's not. So let's go find out why. So it should be, I think it was down on this one. Duck is socializing. Alright, let's see. So that means he should be done. The door. So this is our, sorry, let me explain what I'm doing here. This is my our stock screen, so hit Z, and that is your kind of kitchen or your manager area, so you can check your animals, your kitchen, stone, stocks. This tells you what you have. So we're going to go down to doors, and we have 1 gold door. Okay. I wonder if that got cancelled because I don't have enough gold metal. Let's try it again. Gold door. Interesting. One other thing I like about DFHack is it gives you some additions to the interface that allows you to find a lot more stuff. Yeah, so we have 1 gold door. Okay, which is interesting. Alright. Okay. Let's go back to the digging. Should be just about done. We are done! Alright, awesome. So that's everything done as far as the smoothing goes. So our next step is to dig it down 1 more level. Now we're gonna have, yeah. Okay, good. I'm just making sure that they still have access. They're gonna be, this is gonna be accessible. Because when I did this yesterday for the first, I went down the first level. I, of course, got rid of all the ramps leading back up to the surface, so they were stuck down there. Okay, so we're going to designate this, and we're going to dig down further. We'll start over this side. Dig that. We're going down. So the bridge above here that the trade caravans are going to use are going to be supported by these pillars, which are going to go down all the way to the bottom. They're not necessary, the bridge would stay up without them, but they will look really cool. They'll look very dwarfy, and that is the whole point. Oops. No H. So we're just going and designating all these little areas, because these are going to be pillars that go all the way to the ground as well. You know, when I came up with this idea, I did realize how fiddly it was going to be, but It is a pain. This is going 13 levels down, all the way to the water level. So it's going down a long way. There we go. Getting there. I may end up widening this as it goes down as well. I haven't really decided on that yet. Okay, unless I missed something, I think we're good. Make sure all the nooks and crannies are done, because that's where the details get lost. I think we're good. If you see anything, let me know. I think we're good, so let's let those dwarves get to work. All right, time for some digging. All right. Oh, missed one. Okay, there we go. I think that's got everything now. It is kind of hard with all that blinking stone. Hopefully the dwarves will clean that up soon enough. Alright, as you can see, they are doing their digging. I do have to be careful. With this, because as we go down, the fortress is going to actually start intruding on this. So I have to make sure to dig around that, and not so the fort kind of juts out a bit. Why do we have only one miner working? I don't know. Dwarves are inexplicable sometimes, let me tell you. There is our dwarf, Iteb. He is putting our door in place, our gold door. We'll have another one here hopefully shortly. Otherwise I might have to trade for some gold bars. I don't have gold on the map. In fact, we don't have any metal, any useful metal in this fort at all. No weapons grade metal of any kind, and we've got silver for warhammers, but that's about it. So we've imported every weapon that we have in the fortress, other than the crossbows. It's always a challenge. All right. So let's just checking our announcements. Okay, so let's see, what else do we need to do around here? We do have lots to do. So we've got all the dog corpses cleaned up. Oh, why is he going? Who are you? So Doran Key Eyes, he's an administrator. What is his job? What is he doing? He's cleaning. So he's cleaning up all the dog entrails and whatnot. Probably vomit. There's lots of vomit always. Just at the very, very start of the stream, one Sea-Doo, we had a were camel attack, which was, well, it was a lot of fun. So we lost a whole bunch of our guard dogs. So Aban Esmulgasil, Swordmaster, has bestowed the name Adumam upon a maple shield. Wonderful, wonderful news. So let's take a look. We have or at our animals in our kind of agriculture area down here. So we've got a whole bunch of pigs. We've got camels and llamas. We've also got some Dralfas over here that we captured and tamed. So they are, we haven't actually started slaughtering them or eating them or using them yet, but we've got a ton of animals. That is a lot of animals. We've got like 300 some odd animals. I really need to slaughter them. Like the horses are basically useless. They're good for meat and leather only. So what we're going to actually do is we're going to do that right now. So I'm going to pause the game real quick. I'm going to bring up Dwarf Therapist because this is the easiest way to do this. So we're going to click on our animals, and we're going to sort this by age. Okay, so that's interesting. There's a bit of an error there, because I don't think they're supposed to be negative 6,300 months old. That's interesting. Dwarf Therapist is not entirely perfect when it comes to stability, so it can cause errors. In fact, what I'm going to... So, yeah. It shouldn't matter, though. We're going to slaughter some horses. Because I don't need horses. So this will tell you how old they are. Typically, the age works. I don't know why it's doing that now. But it'll also tell you gender. So I'm going to kill some of or slaughter some of the males. Set them for slaughter. You don't need as many of those. That should do. That one, take that one. Okay. There we go. Cull a few of those. I do have I do use a lot of cloth in the fort. We've got a really good clothing industry. That's a young and no kidding. Hey, Big Sark, thanks for joining me. Good to see you. Yeah, there is some or gender roles are or gender choices are a thing, or gender roles are a thing here in Dwarf Fortress as well. So it is gay horses are a thing, absolutely. Okay, so we do have a very good cloth industry in the fort, which is why I have so many llamas, because they make great wool. They get lots of wool is available from them. So my cloth, so we've got some looms here, which are collecting spider silk. They also weave all our fabric, of course. Leatherworks, butchers, and a farmer shop. This one is, I think I was planning on using that one for, I don't even remember, I have a lot of them. But anyways, processing plants right now into turning pigtail into cloth. That's right, Big Sword. Very progressive since 2006. Yes, absolutely. Dwarves come in all colors of the rainbow. Absolutely. We're non-judgmental here. Anyway, and then we've got our 5 cloth workshops up here and another farmer workshop for spinning thread. So we're going to do that right now. I have in my manager, I have a lot of work orders set up for our cloth industry. I've tried to basically automate it as best I can without using the DFHack cheats or the DFHack tools. So these are all basically work orders that are conditional. So if we look at this one, we go, so this is to make 10 silk socks in one shop, and then so what it does is every month it checks to see if the amount of socks available is less than 5, and if the amount of unused silk cloth is at least 10. So as long as we've got some cloth and we need socks, they'll make socks. And I have that done for everything on leather. We've got leather, yarn, and cloth. So it's solved the cloth problem, the clothes problem, fairly well, actually. I haven't had to worry about that. We have very few naked dwarves. The only naked dwarf we've got is a vampire, because he's not coming out of his room. He's very happy though. He's extremely happy. All right, let's see how they're doing with. Oh, look. This is my trash compactor over here. You can see there's it's full of miasma. That's because it's probably stuffed to the gills with rotten dogs. Oh, those poor puppies. Speaking of which, there's my dogs. You can't really see them there in the far corner, but the dog cam is up. So we've got our trash compactor. Oops, pardon me. Oops. Go down. Go down. Nope, go up. Go up. I forget which way I'm going. If you set it up properly, they will eventually pick them up and throw them away. Okay, so our outpost liaison from Doran Erek, the Diamonds of Church, that's our civilization, has arrived. So our caravan is here. Hooray, huzzah! Yeah, you can definitely cheat and use DFAC. That's actually really nice. For instance, there's a command that allows you to basically to remove the ownership of all items in your fort. And what that will do is it will basically all the stuff that's owned and hasn't been discarded yet, so it's in their cabinets or whatever, but that is worn out, it will basically make it free, so you can actually trade it off to the caravans. The last time I did that in my other fort, I got 50,000 dwarf bucks for it. It was insane how much stuff they have lying around. It took me like half an hour to to mark each one of those pieces, which is kind of crazy, really. They have a lot of stuff, dwarves. They don't like giving stuff up. But the stuff that gets thrown around, you can dump it. Just dump it into your trash bin, and it will eventually get trash compacted, which is what I'm going to do here. So this is our trash compactor. It is full of rotting dog carcasses. So we're going to click on this, add task, pull lever, and that will smush those and make them disappear. If you don't know how to use or create a Dwarven Atom Smasher, do it. Learn how. Go to the wiki. It's awesome. Okay. So let's see how we're doing with our digging. That's still going a ways. I think there's only one dwarf mining. Why is there only one dwarf mining down there? Why is a cat fighting? Looks like the cat was probably wandering around the digging area and got caught. So he fell down and got injured. The trick to using an Atom Smasher, Big Sart, is to make sure that you pull the lever again after you're done. So if we go back to our Atom Smasher, because you can see on the bottom there, we have a notification that a masterwork was lost. That's because there was probably a masterpiece sock that just got destroyed. So our Atom Smasher is down, so now we have to go and pull it back up before they get too much more crap thrown in there. And yeah, it will definitely fling it, but if you're yeah, you just have to re-dump it, I guess. Oh, let's get this guy. This is the corpse of our were-camel right over here. The lonely corpse in our corpse pile, we're not being very dwarfy. We don't have a big enough corpse pile, so we're gonna dump that, and they're gonna throw him into the trash pit, and we'll make him go away. Okay, so yeah, so there you go. It just did that. It just flung it out. So they're all getting. Oh, sorry. Here. So it flung out a cave. Why is this there? Okay, that shouldn't have been in there. Okay, so that needs to get dumped again, and then that needs to get dumped again. The trick, that's funny. I wonder if a dwarf can die by a flying boot or something. Totally can. Absolutely can. In fact, you can use a bridge and essentially make a catapult out of it by making a bridge that raises, piling a whole bunch of rocks on it, and then flinging it. It's a Dwarven cannon. You can also do that with mine carts, which is funny as well. So yeah, dwarves definitely have cannons. So you can see our traders here are in the depot, unloading their stuff. Oh, yeah, I know. I've got them. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, anyway, is the yeah. So I've got the dogs are over there. It's two different cameras because they were in the background of this view anyway. So I figured I might as well put a camera there and let people see them. But actually, interesting story, Mazuma. A few dwarf years ago in this fort, I had a Cyclops show up at the edge of the map. Now, I was all buttoned up. I had no worries about it, so I was just gonna let him hang out until I wanted to deal with him. But a visitor showed up at the same time. It was an undead dwarven bard. So the Cyclops attacked him, ripped his shoe off, and beat him to death with his own shoe. Which was epic. I mean, honestly epic. The stories in this game that this game generates are fantastic. Big Sarn, I didn't care that this bard died because he was conspiring against my fort anyway, so I was going to kill him one way or the other. So it just saved me some trouble. Okay, so we're going to let's start trading. So we're going to move our goods to the depot. Now, I don't actually even know what we've been building here. So let's go. First of all, we're going to go down to... How much fish? We have no fish. Well, that's interesting. I probably turned off all my fisher dwarves. Because I had tons of it. I had tons of fish. So I should probably remember to do that. Okay, where is crafts? Here we go. So crafts, we're going to do all of those. And I want clothes. All of my clothes. Nope. So we're going to do armor, finished goods. I'm not going to trade away any armor because I have to import all of that. But what I want to get is all of the random clothes and stuff. But I probably don't have a whole lot to trade today. I've got a ton of caged animals. But the problem with caged animals is that if you bring them to the trade depot, they open the cage when they let them out, which means whatever you're doing, whatever you're trading, will get out and start murdering everybody. So don't do that. Buckets, goblins, flasks. We have a bunch of flasks. We're going to trade off all the lead flasks that I had Melville build because, they'll poison whoever drinks out of them. Okay, I think that's good. Hey, baby, you want to kill all humans? That's how lead flasks are going to work. Okay, I think that's everything. I don't want to trade off leather or cloth. We need all that. Okay, that's enough. Okay, so they're going to haul all that stuff to our thing. Let's go check how the digging is almost done. Very good. Let's get there anyway. I think there's one dwarf who's doing this. I mean, no, there's at least... Okay, there's at least two. It's funny, I've got like 10 miners and none of them are doing anything. Thanks, Big Sarn. I appreciate you coming by, man. Thanks for the encouragement. Alright. Okay. Looking good. Alright. Let's keep going and seeing what we're doing. Let's check. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, right. So this is our count, Godin Paper Fortunes. He is a miserable son of a bitch. He's always unhappy. He's also, his spine is broken, so he crawls everywhere he goes, which means everything he does takes forever. I trying to make him happy. We had a artifact sarcophagus built last stream. So we're going to go down here and build his mausoleum. Did that not get unbuilt? Okay, it did. So why hasn't anybody moved that? Okay, so let's just go up to our mausoleum here. We're going to build that zinc coffin. So build in burial receptacle. We're going to build that here. We're going to build a zinc sarcophagus there. That'll get it moved. And then we'll build the artifact one here. So hopefully that will make him a little happier. Although I don't think there's anything that's going to fix this particular count. He's a miserable guy, and he's super young. Like he's like 12 or 20 something, not even 20. So he assumed. Now, what is wrong with this guy? So the white arrow, so he's tired, so he's going to bed. Awesome. Okay. Now I want to just double check. I'm going to pop up Dwarf Therapist for a second. I am interested as to why I don't have enough dwarves working on this. So let's miners. I'm just making sure all of my miners are actually that the role is turned on, the job is turned on, and they are. Okay, so just weird, just very strange. Alright, we're looking good. It is coming along. It's just taken a long time. Alright, next thing we can do, we can start. Yeah, that could actually, they're probably hauling rocks. This is a very, very good idea. Let's do that. So pop up Dwarf Therapist again. Again, you could do this in the standard UI just as easily. So most of them actually don't have hauling turned on. All the legendary guys. And so it goes down to Sister Sperm. So one of the things I've started doing in this particular fort is that anytime a dwarf kills something interesting, he will take that creature's name. So one of my dwarves killed a giant cave spider that, well, he murdered a few of our dwarves, and so he took his name Sister Sperm, which is, I think, is pretty cool. So you'll see some strange nicknames in the fort if you take a look through here. Because of that, and there's some really interesting stories in some of these. So I'm just going to go through a couple if anyone's interested. So nicknames, a couple of interesting ones. Angelo is our legendary engraver and mason. So he has a way with stone, and I was trying to think of some kind of name that would yeah, I don't know why those miners aren't working, Mizuma. But anyway, so he's so Angelo was. I was trying to come up with some kind of name of sculpting or whatever, and Michelangelo didn't sound right, but Angelo sounds pretty good. So Sister Spurn, Skin Caverns, Snailbane killed a snail, Forgotten Beast. We've got a couple other ones. Alpina is interesting because she actually fell from the top of our from the cliff here. She was on this bridge when it retracted, so she fell down 15 Z levels and survived and climbed back up. So she literally climbed this this sheer cliff. I don't know how she did it. I don't know how she didn't drown or die from the fall, but she survived, and it was amazing to watch. So yeah, so she got a nickname. So I figured Alpina, you know, she's an alpine. Oh, sorry. Thanks for letting me know that. The key I have to turn it on and off on the stream is different from what I see. So let me know if it's ever blocking. But anyway, so the yeah, so it was an incredible thing to watch. I thought she was dead, and it was nuts watching her climb back up. Another really great, kind of a tragic story is Saxel. So if we, I'll let you check her out. I talked about her last stream, but she is probably my favorite dwarf in the fort. Saxel Kazimierkiewicz. So in my head, she's like she originally was the most beautiful dwarf ever. So she is 79 years old. Hammer Dwarf, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. It's always nice to have another dwarfy guy on the following me. So I enjoyed your stream last night. So anyway, so she is 79 years old. She's born on the 1st of April in the year of 183. Her fourth toe left foot is broken. Her fourth toe left foot is smashed open. Her lips are mangled beyond recognition. Her cheeks are mangled beyond recognition. Her eyes have both been gouged out. She was busy hauling stone and hauling blocks to build our defenses down in the cavern when she ran into a troll. And the troll, and normally when a troll attacks a normal civilian dwarf, they'll just die. But no, she ran away, and the troll just went to town on her face and ripped her face off. And it's tragic. So I built her a really nice bedroom, which I'll show you here in a sec. So it's right up here. She's got her own private dining room for her family. She's married. She has a little baby called Baby Reg. And she also has a lover. So she's cheating on her husband because, of course, she is. And yeah, so she has the best room in the house, really. So it's going to be. So she's my favorite. She's one of my favorites. I haven't come up with a good nickname for her though. All right, go back up here. We're going to continue our dig while we wait for it to trade. So I think we should be done. Yes. Okay, we are all done. So we're going to designate this for smoothing now. This is going to be a little bit more clicking. So I apologize for the clicking of my keyboard. So once they, again, same kind of thing as before, once they do all the smoothing, then we're going to go dig down again. I think the next level I'm going to widen it out a bit so that it starts narrow at the top and then goes out a bit. But we'll see how that works out. It's so bad seeing all this really valuable metal and stuff that I can't use. So continue smoothing. so we're going to go back and we're going to start mousing these, because these little things are a pain in the neck. There's nothing worse than having unsmooth stone in your fort, so I always make sure I smooth everything. Alright, just about done. We can let the dwarves work. I have all of my dwarves, virtually all of my dwarves have stone smoothing on, so this should go pretty quick. Alright, go back up to the traders and let's see if they are... Oops, here we go. Okay, let's go and do some trading. So first thing we need to do is get every useful iron bar, every useful bar that we can use. Yeah, that's not bad actually. Okay, we don't need any glass, we don't need any ropes. What we really need is weapons and armor. So we're going to search for steel. This is another thing that Dwarf Hack adds. The ability to search in a lot more places. That's something that drives me nuts not being able to do. So, spear, battle axe. And battle axe, breastplate, mail shirt, mail shirt. Hope I have enough stuff for this. Okay, that should be good. And then we're going to do that. We're going to search for iron as well and do the same thing. So, again, this fort has no access to weapons grade metal of any kind. So everything, every useful piece of armor, every useful piece of, or useful weapon has been, that's too expensive, has been imported. And that's a pain in the neck. I could absolutely do that. Like, iron anvils are super cheap, and I do that. I just haven't really done that. But it's there we go. So yeah, any cheap iron, cheap steel would be very useful, but there's not a lot of it. But the iron or the anvils are really cheap to melt down. Okay, so let's go over here, and so we want to make sure. So how much are my 7,200 so far? So we're gonna do this whole bin, except for crutches. So my count doesn't like, or he has a real thing for crutches. Which makes a lot of sense considering he is crippled. We also don't want to, I'm not giving away any clothing, although these are really valuable. Yeah, they can make more. We spent a lot of time making clothes, so. Lead flasks, we want to go away. Cloaks. Gloves, figurines, here we go. Caps we don't want to do. The clothing industry here works well. I mean, it really does. So we've got a lot of clothes, probably more than we need right now. Honestly, we could probably get away with trading them. I'm excited for the UI updates of the Steam release. I'm sure that trading will be much more pleasant. It will be mouse driven, which honestly I don't know if that's going to be a lot better. But yeah, I'm excited for the Steam release. I'm excited. What I really want from the Steam release is to have something like Dwarf Therapist built in. Just a way to see at a glance what a dwarf's things are, and to be able to click them on and off with the mouse. Especially to be able to do every dwarf, or put every single dwarf into a job, as opposed to, at the same time. Like you can do with Dwarf Therapist. That is something that drives me mental with the... we have a lot of shields. It's something that drives me mental with the standard interface. Is if I wanted to do it the way I do things, with having 120 dwarves, most of which, or all of which, would have stone detailing, and except when I want one particular room, say, engraved by the masters, then I can't imagine doing that in the standard UI. I really can't. Don't want shoes. Oh, like that one, yeah. So we're trading away all the shoes that we don't need anymore, and any clothes that are worn out that show up on here. We may end up having to trade some, though, just to get what we need. Copper high boot, we want to keep that. Granite emerald crown. Lead flask, here we go. This fort has lots of lead. Lots of lead. So we can make lead stuff all day, and it will never run out. Oops, that. Problem is the clothing that we've made is so fucking valuable. Why is all that? Oh, I have scrolled on to the bottom. Okay, so we are probably going to need a little bit more for these traders to be happy, I think. So let's find some stuff for them to trade. So, some trousers, some of the valuable stuff. Bone helm. The bone stuff I had made for the bone. I've got some bone armor in the fortress. I've made those for a particular reason, to make our nobles happy. So fungi wood shield, that'll go. Oh, that's already been traded. So what do we got here? Some shirts. Let's get the masterpieces. As much as I love giving my dwarves really great cloaks, okay, that should be more than enough. Way more than enough, in fact. Okay, so now we'll go back here and let's see what else they got. So that's just the basic stuff. Now we've got, I always like to make sure, I always like to import books if I can, but we don't really need a whole lot more in the fort right now. And actually the other thing, just going back to the Steam release, the other thing I'm really excited about is just consistency throughout the interface. So, you know, there's every menu has different. Holy trader lost 12,000. What the fuck? What the hell did I just click? Oh, I see what I did. Okay, I may have to turn some stuff off. Okay. So the consistency is lacking, I think, in the UI. So it's all over the place. So some, you know, I'm gonna just steal stuff. I'm just gonna go. We don't need some of this stuff. These are highly decorated spears and stuff. We don't need that. There we go. That's better. So we don't need some of this stuff. Okay. There we go. That's a little bit better. Still might have to get rid of some stuff though. Anyway, so yeah, so where one key will do one thing in one menu and it won't do it in another, or will do something different in another menu that's related. A good example is the construction menu and the designation menu, where in constructions, an up down stair is an X, whereas in designation it's an I. They're the same. You're building the same thing, but it's a different hotkey, which doesn't make a lot of sense. So I just hope they make that consistent. That's one thing I would really like to see. So tons of leather. I asked for leather. I need to actually. I'm gonna have to trade more stuff. It's okay. We got lots, and we're making lots of clothes. So we'll trade off all that stuff. Water skin, wool shirts. These are all pretty valuable stuff. Okay, so that's 20,000. So that's profit of traders making a good profit now. So we can get everything we want, plus some more stuff. So I want to get a whole bunch of leather and a whole bunch of cloth to keep fueling our cloth industry. I agree about consistency. I want to get a friend of mine into DF, but I'm waiting for the Steam release because I think he'll be put off by the nuances of UI control. Yeah, I mean, you can really tell that this is a labor of love over 15 years, right? So you can really tell that Tarn's thinking has changed. By the way, Blind IRL is doing an interview with Tarn in half an hour. So if you're interested, go check it out, because that should be very interesting. Then come back here, of course. But yeah, that should be very interesting. And I'm actually going to be taking a break right at 2 anyway, because I have to go and grab my kids from the bus. So you guys can pop over there if you want. And, oh, Jesus Christ, that's expensive. You can pop over there and see what Tarn has to say, because I'm sure they will be talking about the Steam release in depth. Dingo leather. They bring me tons of leather, but very little cloth. Wow, that's awesome. So much leather. If you ask your traders to bring you lots of leather, you basically will never have to worry about your clothing industry. Because it is super cheap. At least in this world it is. I appreciate Blind's interviews with Tarn, but I will watch it later on YouTube. Yeah, that's also good too. Yeah, they're always interesting. I love listening to Tarn, because you can really tell that this is a passion project. Let's see if they're willing to trade. Fuck off! You're not getting my steel stuff. This is also something I find annoying. When they give you a counter offer, it automatically marks all of those for trade. Jesus Christ! They want 15,000 in profit. Fuck you. There's no point in me trading steel high boots that I've already imported. These guys drive a hard bargain, I tell you. I think that's most everything. As long as there's no steel or iron stuff, I'm okay with that. Everything else is fine. So that should give them 9,000 in profit. Let's trade that. Yeah, that made him happy. Okay. Alright, so no trader needed at the depot. We can move all of our stuff back. The thing is, once you get used to using the keyboard, it's faster than using the mouse anyway. So the interface in this is not bad. If it was consistent throughout, like the military screen, for instance, if it was more, if that was more, or if the whole screen was more like that, maybe it's slightly less obtuse, but just more like that, or more consistent throughout, it would be better, and it would be a lot easier to use. But because it's just every menu is different, has a different set of key bindings, it's just really hard to use. All right, we've got some floating dog teeth in the water. We're gonna have to put some more. Let's go up here, and we're gonna put some more dogs in our pasture. Search for dog, because, you know, and maybe this will stop them from falling into the pits while I'm mining. That should do. Okay. All right, folks. I'm going to take a quick bio break. So I'll leave the fort with you. I will find a dwarf for you to follow. Oh, we have another forgotten beast. Sweet. The forgotten beast, Blepi Cafafigaretto Bonitimelli. He's Italian, apparently. A great blob composed of water. It has wings and squirms and fidgets. Beware its webs. So, that is interesting. Another forgotten beast. That's now 4 forgotten beasts we have in the tower. Or trapped in our caverns. So he's here. That's Blepi. I think we actually, maybe one of them left. So I swear the mayfly was right here too. Oh no, he's literally standing right next to it. So these guys are going to fight. They're going to fight right now. I'm going to actually let you watch that. I'm going to zoom in so you can see it. This is already a web, I think. So we've got, the matchup. Arco. Oshgethroba Nomar Attack. Let's take a look at what he is. This is an enormous eyeless mayfly. It has a broad shell and appears to be emaciated. Its pink exoskeleton is warty. Beware its poisonous gas. And of course against a giant blob of water. A mayfly versus a giant blob of water. Place your bets. I don't think the water has a chance, but place your bets. I'm going to take a bio. I will unpause it and let you guys watch this. Well, how was that for an anticlimax? Let's take a look at the combat log. So, the Forgotten Beast, Akko, Oshgethbora Nomar Attack is fighting. That was short. The Forgotten Beast bites the Forgotten Beast in the right wing, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The Forgotten Beast pushes the Forgotten Beast in the thorax, and the injured part collapses. And that's it. So, yeah, apparently a blob of water does not last long. One Sidhu, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it, mate. Really appreciate it. Okay, so let's go back to our... Oh, man. I was kind of hoping that fight would be longer. It's hardly surprising, though. Okay, so we're going to go back up to the big dig. Let's see how we're doing. So the smoothing is going decently fast. Okay, so this is now open. Outpost Liaison. They're a little late, though. I mean, normally they do this before. Okay, much to share. We'll take a look at the civilization. Our civilization is really boring. Unfortunately, there's really no adversaries on here on this map. There's one goblin fort and one sorry, getting distracted here. One goblin fort and one necromancer tower. It's a really boring area to live in, but it's been nice. So we haven't had to deal with any sieges or anything for a long time. Just a never-ending stream of camels, which is just funny to say. So where is my armor? I need armor. I always tell them to bring me lots of armor, and they always bring me crap. So we're going to go into mail shirts. We want that. Breastplates, that. Helms. Gauntlets. High boots. Oops. High boots and low boots. Leggings and greaves. That's all our armor. We don't need anything else. We're pretty good for weapons right now, so we're pretty good for that. Alright. So they are moving. Look over the documents. So that's fine. Kind of wish this whole process could be condensed as well. So this is what they're asking for next time. So what they're going to pay extra for, which is interesting. Musical instruments is 200%. It's actually pretty good. Sheets, quivers, backpacks, and tanned hides. You are not getting my tanned hides. So I will bet the full cube will surround the stream at least at some point. Yeah, I think there will be. I mean, the fact that we're actually getting a unified interface to begin with is super cool. But yeah, I think the keyboard shortcuts will probably not change, simply because people have had 15 years to get used to them, and or at least there will be a preset for vanilla or traditional key bindings. Okay, so. So I'm going to dig this out just a bit more. So we're going to dig this out 2 more squares, and then we're going to start channeling down. And we're going to actually start building the pathway for the next trade caravan. So my goal is by the next time the trade caravan comes in a year, this will all be finished. We'll probably be done a lot faster than that. But so, okay, good. Awesome. Okay, what else can we do here? So let's take a look at our, I haven't really showed you guys our squads yet. We've got a couple of squads. Go to our military screen. We actually have, I noticed there was in the Bodices of Guarding, we have an opening. Now, this is another reason why I really like Dwarf Therapist. I'm going to pop that up for a sec. And let's take a look at our... we're going to sort by squad. Okay, so that's going to sort everybody into our squads, and who is in a squad and who isn't in a squad. What What the fuck? Except it's not working. I think, hang on, let me just close that. And, sorry, 2 seconds here, please. I'm just going to reload that. There's something funky with Dwarf Therapist right now. So we're just going to reload it. That's better. Okay. Alright, so let me pop that back up for you. I don't think it's showing right now. Okay, so there's Dwarf Therapist. Now, with so it sorts us into our non-military dwarves and into all of our squads. Also has a nice military tab so we can see what their skills are. So we have an opening in the Bodices of Guarding, which is one of our 3 main combat squads. So we want to find a good dwarf that has some military skills. I think I remember. So Melville, he's an unhappy dwarf. That's his spot. That's right. He's actually the commander of that not that long ago. So I took him out to make him happy. So we could put Autumn in there for a bit. So he is a legendary stonecrafter. No, we don't want to risk a legendary stonecrafter. Right? Definitely not. Although we have lots of them. Let's see, what else do we have? Iteb? Who's Iteb? He's a legendary stonecrafter. We have a ton of legendary stonecrafters, and so it's hard to find military dwarves that aren't going to be too valuable to lose. So Atir Kolkin, he's a bard, so they're always useless. So let's put him in there for a bit. Okay, good. So this is another reason why I like Dwarf Therapist. Like I said, you can see everybody all at once. You can see where the skills are, and you can see what everyone's good at. It's just a lot faster than doing it through the traditional UI. Even though the military screen is actually, once you get used to it, there's a lot there, and it's powerful, but it does take some getting used to. So I actually remember to turn off Dwarf Therapist this time. Alright, so we are rocking and rolling with the with this. And one of the other things I needed to do while we're doing this is I need to go down to our main bridge, which is covered in vomit, always lovely. And I need to figure out a way to rebuild this without dropping people into the water. I may want to wait until winter, actually, so we don't have people drown accidentally. But first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to designate traffic area, and we're going to put this to a restricted traffic area. So the idea here is that, actually simpler, there's an easier way. I got doors on the side, so just have to find them closed, and then we're just going to lock them. This is easier. Okay, so I've just locked that one door, and we'll wait till the other one is closed, which might be hard. Now there's a bucket in the way. Fucking bucket. Alright, we're going to just dump that. Because of course you can't close a door when there's a bucket in the way. Oh. So I am, in about 15 minutes, just so everyone knows, I'm going to be taking a break. I will leave the stream running. I'll leave the fort running. We'll follow one of our dwarves. And but I do need to go and pick up my kids from the bus. So just so you guys know. Alright, so we're also in the process of building chairs, I think. We have chairs, but no tables. So all of in our bedrooms, as you can see, I build my bedrooms typically 3x3, so that I can get a bed, chest, cabinet and a table and chair in there, and not have it look super crowded. These kind of rooms down here, which are 2x3, they feel a little crowded to me. I don't love the look of them, although I do squeeze them in occasionally. Oops. So I was asked earlier, how do you deal with garbage laying around? You just dump it, and they'll get to it eventually. All right. So fort is moving along pretty good right now. Jesus Christ, that is ridiculous. So let's do this. We're gonna designate a restricted traffic area here. Hopefully this will route the dwarves around the bridge and into the cavern. So there is another way through that hopefully won't be as busy. But restricted traffic areas don't work 100%. It just makes it makes the game use makes it harder for them to use, but they'll still use it. Okay, so let's see how our digging's going. Alright, so we're digging. Alright, so it looks like our smoothing is done, just about. I missed a couple spots here. So let's get those before we start digging any further. Alright, good. Oops. Good. Okay, so now we need to smooth this as well. Good. Alright. So now this area here is going to be our main entryway for the caravans, for the fortress really. And so it's going to start going down as well, because eventually when it comes into the fort and into the trade depot, it's going to be down quite a ways. So we got a long way to go yet. Whoops, pardon me. Actually, let's take a look. We got some news. So let's take a look at news. If anything happened in the world. And I don't see a whole lot. So key of evisceration was known to be in the copper cinnamon. So that's our new artifact. Our new artifact instrument. So we've got there's a new priest over here. So nothing interesting happened at all. There's no invasions by the looks of it. Again, it's a quiet corner of the world. So this where is it? World. So there is one fort up here that is a goblin fort. I can't remember where it is. It's one of these. There's the Goblin Mountain Halls of Bolt Ages. This is the headquarters of the Special Cruelties. They're the local goblin civilization. They've come by once or twice, and they've left us alone ever since. There's really not much, like I said, not much going on. We've got one tower that's nearby, which is full of a lot of undead, and full of a lot of intrigue plotters, which we've been dealing with. But again, we're not worried about them too much. And there's another abandoned tower here, which I've rated for some books, including a book with the secrets of life and death, which I immediately forbade. And luckily, we have no necromancers in the fort, which is good. I really don't want necromancers. All right, I think we're time to designate another dig level, because we're not quite done yet. But you know what? We can start digging down over this side. So this will at least get our miners going on this side while we wait for the smoothers to finish the other side. So at least something will be getting done. I'd rather not this take forever. So far it's been 3 streams I've started on this. DH, that's no good. Okay, good. So, and then we're just going to go here. Alright, that's a good start. So we're waiting for these up here to get these last little bits to get... Oh, shoot, there's another one we missed. So we'll make that priority 1. Dum -dum. There we go. Alright, good. So now we're just waiting for these last little bits to get smooth, and we'll be good to go. Alright. So moving down, just checking out the fort. Let's take a look. This is Godin here. This is our count. I tried, oh, right. Let's go back down and see why his mausoleum is not being built yet. Actually, it is. I just have to make tomb, to designate that. I'm going to assign it to Godin. There we go. Now he should be happy. There we go. And he has a royal mausoleum. Perfect. Kept forgetting to do that. We'll go down here and make this one used for burial as well. And good. Make sure everything else I think is all set. We have a fair number of dead in this fort, as you can see here. All of our... Hello, Stunning Toaster! Welcome back. It's good to see you again. You came in just as we were building a new mausoleum for our very upset count with the artifact sarcophagus that we made last stream. So thanks for joining. I'll read this for you in case anyone wasn't here yesterday. This is a silver sarcophagus. Its name is Atolthidas. So hard. Dwarfish is such a hard language. Atolthidas. This is a silver sarcophagus. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion gabbro cabochons and cushion native platinum cabochons, studded with silver and encircled with bands of cat bone. This object menaces with spikes of milk quartz and large rat leather. On the item is an image of elkin granite. On the item is an image of hornbill men in gabbro. So, awesome artifact. We had that built for our illustrious count last stream, and we just got it now. He's finally got his mausoleum, so hopefully that'll cheer him the fuck up. Let's take a look at his mind, because he's really upset. He's really unhappy. He stumbles around obliviously all the time. And it's really a tragedy because he was a child of the fort. He immigrated here, and so he came here in 252. So he's been here for 10 years. He came as a child. He's still fairly young. So he was born in 235. So he's not even 20 yet. So when he came of age, I thought it would be very cool. Let's make him the count, or it was the baron at the time, and he just went downhill really quickly. So he is haggard and drawn due to the tremendous stresses placed on him. So he feels wonder communing with Vesh, which is great, and raptured after communing with Vesh. That's one of our gods, the god of life and death, basically. But he's worried about being unable to acquire something, restless after being unable to practice a skill. That we can fix, probably. Restless after lack of abstract thinking for too long. He was restless after being unable to practice martial art for too long. He's literally in a squad all by himself with his own private training room. It's ridiculous. He just won't do it. Part of the reason is he is crippled, so he basically crawls everywhere he goes. So he has a lot of issues. A lot of it is he can't pray to certain gods, and he's also has unmet needs. So he is unfocused at being able to pray. He's distracted. He really wants to pray. He's got a lot of gods, and who's got time for all that, right? It's brilliant. I'm seeing all these stories and info on the guy on the 4K TV. Very nice. I'm in 4K. Wow. I'm sorry, I'm not better looking. So he's distracted about being away from friends and being away from family. So I put him in a burrow, which is basically a restricted area that only he could go to, which basically includes the tavern, his room, and his private temple, and they call it the Temple of Lost Souls, which is designed specifically to help encourage them to feel better. It's got a waterfall, it's got amazing artifacts, and it's both an armory and a temple. So 720p in the corner, don't worry. Okay, excellent, thank you. So it was designed specifically to help these dwarves feel better, but unfortunately it just isn't working. So I'm going to take that off. So we're going to go into military, we're going to go into alerts. No, actually we need to go, yeah, that's what we need to do. Sorry, hang on. So soul refresher. No. Shoot, oh wait. Sorry, burrows are a pain. So we've got one citizen in here, and let's go. We're going to take him out. So we're going to give him freedom to wander again, and let him go kind of wherever he wants, because this isn't really working. All right, so I need to go and take a break for about 15 minutes. I will leave the stream running, as I said. I'm going to pick a dwarf that I think is going to do interesting stuff. Probably one of our legendary miners, I think. Let's find Lord Datan. This miner has essentially dug out half of his fort all by himself. I'm just quickly going to turn off his stone detailing duties, because that's getting in the way of his mining. That's actually probably why my miners aren't doing anything. Okay, there we go. Just did some dwarf therapist stuff off screen. Okay, so we're going to go to Lord Datan. Oops. And you will follow him while I go. I'm going to be about 15 minutes, and just got to pick him up from the bus. Because I live in somewhere where it's, I live in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and it's it's minus 30 outside, so I don't want my kids walking home. Stunning Toast, you actually missed an epic fight between Forgotten Beasts. It lasted 13 seconds, not even. I set them to fight just before I went for a bio break. I didn't even get off my chair before it was over. It was a giant mayfly versus a giant blob of water. So, Sarvesh Kindlewhip wants to join our fortress. Let's see who he is before we leave. Who is Sarvesh Kindlewhip? He's a bard. That's a strike against him already. And so he is bard. He likes furniture. He's happy. That's good. He's almost never sick and quite quick to heal. I live in Saskatoon, and we have dangerous... Yes, my parents... I'm from Saskatoon. I grew up there. My parents still live there, and they are complaining about the coldness too. So, Saskatoonians. Okay, so he is currently more shameless. which is interesting. What is she good at? She likes saltpeter, nickel silver, violet spessartine, mountain goat hoof, mussel shell, traction benches, splints, cats for their aloofness, and the sound of the musical poem. When possible, she prefers to consume cranberry wine and llama's milk. Well, we got lots of that. She absolutely detests toads. We got some of those too. Overall, she is in trouble. Focus of relating. You know what? She can join. That's fine. Alright, so you bet. This is a very inclusive fort. Yeah, way. I lived over on the west side. Went to Mount Royal and or Bedford and then Mount Royal for high school. Okay, so sorry, let me find Lord Datan. I gotta go get my kids. So Z-Dat. Oh, there we go, and just follow, and there you go. All right, enjoy the game. I will be back shortly. We're gonna go turn off the mic, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Never a good thing to come back to a Dwarf Fortress stream that's paused. So let's find out what happened here. Oh! Mestos Ablasat has been taken by a Fey Mood. Thanks for sticking around, anyone who's stuck around. I appreciate it. I'm happy to be back. It's really cold out there, Mazuma. Like, really, really cold. Don't go outside if you don't have to. That's crazy out there. But luckily we were there and back really quick. All right, so we have a miner taken by a Fey Mood. So another artifact. I wonder what he's going to do. Let's follow him around and see where he goes. So he was praying in our temple, and now he's wandering down. He's probably going to go and claim a craft dwarf workshop, and he's going to make an earring, because that's what they always do. Yeah, it's always nice. I mean, when I work from home, so I get to watch streams, and now I get to do streams while I'm at work. I got a great little setup here with there's 4 screens. Ooh, a mason's shop. Oh, now that's perky. I like that. Let's try that. Okay, let's see what he does. Oh, let's continue following him for a bit. So a mason's workshop. Now, fingers crossed for an artifact door, because those are super useful. Unfortunately, watching him carry stones back at 22 FPS might not be the most entertaining thing you could do to spend your Thursday afternoon. So we should have absolutely everything he needs. I don't think there's anything that he's going to be he's not going to have. So I don't think that's too much of a concern to let him go. I just bought a cheap laptop. I hope we'll play this for when I'm working my free time. Yeah, it's a fun game. And it really is a fun game. It's not too terribly resource intensive as far as it goes until you get a big fort. So if it's an older laptop, you may want to just limit your dwarf population to 20, or sorry, not 20, sorry, 80 or so, and keep the animals down. Animals are a lot of causes of frame loss. You get too many of them, and it's just a lot to do. I also recommend putting Linux on it, because Linux is the best. Actually, I always play with 3x3, typically. I just find that's more than enough space for anything I do. But I also do vertical forts. So my forts are typically based on a central staircase, which, depending on who you ask, is either great or bad for FPS. There seems to be a lot of debate over what is good for FPS and what isn't. But there we go. Look at this. They're using the corridor that I built. So this is the corridor that basically bypasses that bridge. Linux is awesome. If you're familiar with Windows, I do recommend Linux Mint. I'll just type it in here. It's what I use in on all of my computers at home. I've gone away from Windows completely. I don't have a single Windows computer in the house except my daughter's, because she's 10 and she plays games a lot, and I just got sick and tired of maintaining it for her. But installing Windows 10, holy fuck, did I it was so evil and so awful. I remember why I went away from Windows in the first place. But yeah, I've been running Linux now for 2.5 years, and I will never go back. It's great. So yeah, the thing I like about Mint is that, and if you read any review of it, is that it's the most complete distro that's out there. I mean, it's got everything you need, and it's really highly polished. So everything works, and it just works, and that's the best part of it. There's lots of other great ones out there, depending on what you want. But that's the one I recommend. It's also very, very similar to Windows as far as the way it's laid out, and all the keyboard shortcuts are the same. So when you boot it up, if you like, I came from Windows 7. I put in Linux Mint, and it was like I was right at home right from the start. Everything felt right, and so I've tried other distros, and I just I just nothing feels quite as good. You know what I mean? So I recommend it highly. But I mean, Linux is cool. Okay, Mestos Ablosat has begun a mysterious construction. That didn't take very long. That's good. Um, but yeah, it's just try them out. Like put a USB or burn a USB stick with a distro and try it out for a couple of days and see what you think. It seems you don't have any hatches on your staircases. I've heard that's a good idea to put one every 5 Z levels or so in case if a dwarf takes a tumble. I've heard that too. I've never run into the problem. I've never run into that issue though. I've never had a dwarf fall down a staircase that I know of. So maybe I don't know. But yeah, I don't have any hatches on the staircases. I don't know. Let's go see how our big project is going here. We should have half it dug out, and everything should be fucking Christ. Sorry, apologize for the swearing if there are any young children here. There will be swearing. I forgot another one. Of course, why would any young children be watching Dwarf Fortress in the first place? I don't really understand that. But yeah, I don't do hatches. So I don't think there's anything else I missed. Everything else looks good. I think it's mainly if your stairs get slippery, for example, from blood. Mine are covered in vomit. I think a lot of the times, if a dwarf gets scared, they'll jump back, and sometimes they can jump down a staircase. I think that can happen. I haven't had that happen to me, but yeah, it is interesting. Like there is so much vomit in my fort because my dwarves have severe cave adaptation, and so yeah, there's any square that you see that looks oddly red is blood, or sorry, not blood, it's vomit. For some reason in 4704, the Vetlinger pack changed the vomit from green to red. Sounds like you're boasting. For all the vomit in my fort? I just find it endlessly entertaining. There is, if you take this game at face value, which is building game with dwarves that die randomly. Nish Limolathel, Hammerlord, has bestowed the name Igestimet Cabnokgal upon a willow shield. Yeah, we need a wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man out saying vomit, vomit, we got vomit. There is lots of vomit in this fort, lots of it. In fact, there's some right there. Okay, so let's continue the dig. We're going to channel. Okay, so we did all of that. We need to do this here. I don't remember what I was talking about. But oh well. Oh yeah, if you take this game at just face value, being just a building simulator with, weird dwarves that don't really do what you tell them to do, there's not much to it. Oh, for fuck's sakes. I dug one out. I dug a pillar out. Build sea wall. Chalk. Oops. My bad. Let's make sure that, yeah, they can get there. They should be fine. Okay, we're gonna just do that for now and wait till he build that wall. So, as I keep trying to say, if you take it at face value, there's not there's not much to this game. It's just another building simulator. It's SimCity. But if you look into it, and if you read the dwarves' thoughts, you read their stories, you see, and you, I guess, read between the lines of what the game is actually presenting you, then there's just so much good stuff in this fort, or in this game. Like my lady dwarf who had her face ripped off by a troll. In the game, they got together. The troll attacked her a bit. She got away. She went to the hospital. She's fine now. But I look at that as a case of tragic beauty lost, and just a beautiful story of someone being who was beautiful and who got mangled and is still loved, and that's kind of how I'm picturing that in my mind. This game is all about what you can. It happens a lot in your imagination as well, which is why it's such a hard game to stream, because you have to tell those stories. So that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, so diggy hole. Okay, so we have that pillar is in place now, which is good. So we're gonna channel out the rest of this. Hope we don't make any other stupid mistakes. I know exactly how I did it too. Okay, so this needs to go here. So all of this. So this next level down, I'm going to end up changing the design slightly. We're going to widen it out, and these little bumps on the edges here are going to end up becoming pillars, which are not necessary to hold the walls up, but they just look cool. All right. Stunning toaster. It is very creative. Maybe that's why it's so difficult to understand looking at this as new, but I guess it's so much more than a game. It is much more than a game. It is incredibly detailed, like incredibly detailed. We're not even getting to the dwarf that gets a sensory nerve ripped out so he can't feel pain anymore in somewhere, or the dwarf that can't walk, so he's an axe dwarf on crutches. So, I mean, it's little things like that that make these dwarves come alive and make this game what it is, which is why it's better than SimCity, which is why it's better than RimWorld. You don't get that sort of thing in games like that or in other games. It's a unique game. It's quite an achievement. I have to say that Tarn has done an amazing job with this game, considering this is a two-man show for them. Mestos Elblasat Miner has created Ushdishash sauce, a chalk millstone. He claims it as an heirloom in the name of his family ancestor Vabok Middledykes. A chalk millstone. Well, that's not an earring. That's useful. Sort of. I mean, it's no more useful than a regular millstone, but there you go. All right, let's take a look at this. So we are going to go into L, Artifacts. Ushdishash sauce. I bet you a drunk dwarf named that. The Saffron Distraction. That's awesome. That's a great name for a tavern. This is a chalk millstone. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and encircled with bands of rope reed, white stork leather, and fungi wood. This object menaces with spikes of chalk, fungi wood, and smoked quartz. On the item is an image of an urad bean in white stork leather. I have no idea what an urad bean is. Yeah, I keep comparing it to RimWorld, but it's not really comparable yet. I keep thinking it's a step into this game. RimWorld was inspired by, based on, ripped off Dwarf Fortress. it's similar in a lot of ways, but the one thing that it allows that Dwarf Fortress doesn't is it gives you direct control of your people. So your squads, the combat's totally different. All I can do as the Supreme Overlord, or whatever you want to call it, all I can do is tell my dwarves what I want them to do, and hope to hell that they do it. But you never really know what they're going to do, right? So there is no real reason for us not to build our bridge here now. So let's do that while we're waiting. So we're going to build a bridge. And we're going to build it such a way that it looks dwarfy and epic. So we'll build it 4 by, say, like that. So it'll overlap a little bit. Oh wait, I can't. I need to. One tip. Once you build a bridge, you can never alter the tiles underneath it. So if you build a bridge that covers the ground, you can never dig underneath it to build a moat, for instance. You could never smooth that stone. So I'm going to go and designate this to be smooth right now. So that I might as well do this stuff too. I'm not 100% sure I'm done with this, but it'll be fine. So yeah, so always make sure that before you build your bridge, that what you have underneath it is what you want underneath it. Otherwise, you may end up with a bridge over a moat that doesn't go over the moat. It just goes over ground, over dirt. So, which will defeat the purpose. Okay, so we're going to do that. Get that done. And now we have, make sure our bridges are down. They are. So the gate that we're building right now is basically designed to replace this little bridge here, which is the only way onto this. I'm going to zoom out for you so you can kind of see what I'm talking about here. This is the lay of the land here. So we've got this whole section over on the left here is all separated by the river from the rest of it. I call it the island, even though it's not. It's connected to the other end of the map. But so the only way for us to get across there is with this one bridge. So this will eventually be just destroyed and walled in favor of this bridge. So that's kind of what the purpose of this is. All right. We've got a couple of arrows over on this side for some reason. I think we've got hunters out and about because my bridges are down. When the bridge is down, the dwarves go wandering. Okay, so we're looking good here. While we're doing this, I'm going to pop into Dwarf Therapist, and I'm going to turn on, I'm going to just reduce our animals a little bit. We have a few too many. So, again, we had some Dwarf Therapist errors earlier. As I was talking about before, we can sort the animals by age, which is nice. So you can, first of all, your animals will die of old age. Turkeys last about 8 years. So if you see here, turkey hen, 7 years old, let's just slaughter that before it turns into a dead duck, so to speak. We've also got 10 to 19 years. There's a helmet snake. We can't do anything with that. Boar, that can go away. Lots of those. I'm actually really happy with the Dralthas. I've never actually tamed any of those before. So llama. I don't want to get too. I've got lots of llamas, but I don't want to get too crazy with them because they are my wool source. Old cats. Cat leather is very, very good for stuff, strangely enough. So we don't have a lot of old animals because I do this frequently. We don't need a rooster. So I've got a weird selection of animals because we've had a number of issues where something would come in and slaughter our entire menagerie. So most of these were imported, but I have a weird selection. Oh shit. Why is caverns collapsing? Okay. Why did that happen? Oh, we got a flying cat. That's, oh, no, 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 dudes. No, no, that's fine. Okay. I'm not sure what happened there. But it doesn't look like anybody happened. So we've got a cat that's climbing down a cliff to go and swim in the river, apparently. Nobody's pet, though, so I think we're okay. Oh, it's, speaking of winter, everything's frozen over. So if we go back to the surface here, you can see everything's iced up. This is actually really handy if you're new to Dwarf Fortress. Oh shoot! Sorry. Forgot to turn off Dwarf Therapist again. Pardon me. If you are new to Dwarf Therapist or Dwarf Fortress, pardon me. Build your fortress somewhere cold. That way you can play around with water a lot easier. When ice freezes, it's just like you can mine it just like anything else. So you can dig into it and it's fine. Just be careful to make a note of when it melts because, like I said earlier, it melts instantly. So anyone who's standing on the water while it thaws is going to go swimming, and that's fatal for most dwarves. All right, so we are doing fine. Okay, I don't know what happened there, but we had a cavern collapse somehow. But I think we're okay. Again? Is it just falling? Oh, I think that's it's the ice actually, because when a waterfall freezes, the water that's going down freezes too. So I think we're actually so as we're mining out right here. No. Cold climates are great. Not too cold. Temperate is fine, right? Temperate is what we all live in, or what we live in Canada and the U.S., where you've got winter and summer. You don't want to go to a glacier. You don't want to go necessarily to, the tundra, but go somewhere. If it gets cold, then your water projects will be a lot easier to manage because ice can be channeled, it can be dug, it can be used like anything else. So don't avoid the cold climate. I heartily recommend them. They're fantastic for doing big water projects. Just be aware that half the year your water is going to freeze up. So if it's the only thing powering your defenses, maybe have a backup plan. So anyway, so I figured out what's going on with the cavern. So every time we channel out, or we channel out this area here, the ice that's attached to it falls. So it's nothing. Nobody's dying, which is good, because there's nothing worse than losing a good solid mining dwarf to a cavern collapse. Except one of my miners did actually get hit by something. I'm not sure what. Okay, so we are just about done with this. Now, as I mentioned, I'm going to change the layout of the cavern a bit, so that it's going to start getting bigger as we go down. All right, and I also have to be very careful because we've got our fort right below us here. So this is going to have to jut into the new cavern a bit. The other nice thing about winter or colder biomes is that when you are in them, any water that comes underground will not freeze. So the water that gets inside this cavern that I'm doing right now, it won't freeze. So it'll stay liquid the whole time, which will actually help protect the fort. All right, let's do some designating since we are done the digging by the looks of it. But yeah, ice makes everything easier. If you are in a hot climate, water can be a real pain in the ass. But the real big thing with water is to learn a couple of tricks on how to manage it and then be really careful. And if you do that, then you'll be fine. So this is going to be a little different because we are going to have again, we're going to be widening this. So I don't have to do quite as much smoothing this time. So this will happen a little faster now. Okay, so that's all I'm going to smooth. Every other wall, actually no, pardon me. We're going to do, say about here, I think it's going to get smoothed. There we go. Every other wall is going to get jutted out a bit. Yeah, that should be okay. We'll figure out how we're going to do that in a bit. So, all right. So you can see the notification there. Make cloth cloak 10 has been completed. So that's my clothing industry working. So we've got it pretty much fully automated, which is really sweet. So what is that? Is that platinum? No. It's Valerite. Okay. So with we've got a bunch of work orders that are making clothes for us as we go. We've also got, if I'm just going to take a look at my work orders here. One other thing that I do frequently, I haven't done yet with this one, is I'll create a job that happens every month or two, every month or every season, for 100 crafts of stone crafts or whatever, and I'll make that open to every craft workshop that I've got. So if I have like 10 of them, that means there's 10 dwarves that are getting their crafting needs fixed. And you can actually, I can turn off that labor on dwarves that already have that need finished, and so it's only going to be the ones that need it, which is nice. It's a bit of work, but it's better than the alternative. Okay, so we are smoothing. Let's go wander the fort and see what we can see here. We do still have some unhappy dwarves. I would love to get those guys fixed. I'm just not entirely certain how to do it. One of the things I need to do is actually give these dwarves a break. Give them a holiday so that they can take it easy for a bit. Stop. Lock. Haha. Sweet. Okay, so now we've got this bridge can be disassembled. Hopefully. Okay, so we're gonna go Q, and we're going to slate this bridge for removal. Okay, so now our masons can come up and remove that bridge, and then we can rebuild it. Now to do that, we're going to need to expand this, because it's going to end up being 3 by 3, much like this one is. So it's going to come along this side here, which means I need a little bit bigger area here. So we're going to mine that out. And then once the bridge is gone, we'll make it bigger. And we'll see what we can build it out of. This one is built out of gold. This one maybe we'll build it out of platinum or something cool like that. So I should have some, actually let's start smelting some platinum. So I'm gonna use this. If you've never used the manager, it's really useful. You have to have a dwarf that's actually designated as the manager in the nobles panel. So here's our manager. It's the count. He's our resident vampire. So basically he manages all these work orders. So we're going to create a new job. We'll go into our manager and we're going to create a new order. So we hit Q for new order, and we are going to create something. What was I forgetting? What was I going to make? Oh, platinum, right. We're going to smelt platinum. All right, and we want, say, 50. I don't think I have that many, but that'll do. So we're going to smelt 50 platinum ore. Now that'll work. Any smelter that I have will automatically take that job. So the manager is a very cool, very useful thing for a number of different reasons. There we go. We're going to DN. So what we're going to do now is we're going to deconstruct this here, so that we can widen the bridge out a bit. So I think we're going to do this one too. And we're going to deconstruct these doors, because they're not needed anymore. Okay. Very good. Let's go back up top, see how they're doing up here. Okay, I see it doesn't need to be as complicated as the dwarves, just take over the command and carry out the message. Yeah, the manager is useful in that you can, it simplifies a lot of things. So you don't have to go to, if I've got like 6 mason shops, I don't have to go to each of them and say, hey, make me a door. You make 2 doors, you make 10, or you make 4 doors and whatever. You just say, make me 10 doors, and it'll just go do it. You just have to make sure you have enough dwarves with that labor, and they will just do it. You need to have a manager designated, of course, but yeah, once you've done that, it's really powerful, and once you get used to it, it's super easy for automating some of your fort, and just it reduces a lot of tedious manual labor. So you don't have to go to each smelter and say, hey, I need this much done. It's just a lot easier. Okay, how are we doing here so far? Okay, so we're just about done the smoothing, and we're going to start making a new shape here. So far we've had this whole shape going straight down, and so now we're going to start widening out into more of a bell shape towards the bottom. Eventually, I would like it to go all the way to here and have maybe a couple of blocks deep, but have it so that the entire mountain's hollowed out a little bit. And yeah, I think that's going to look really cool. So we're going to, I need to mine this. So now whenever you're digging down, the one thing that you can't do, oh, actually no, X. So one thing you can't do is, first of all, when you mine something, there's no undo. You can't unmine something. You can rebuild it with construction, which is a pain in the butt, but you can't undo anything. So be careful with mining. There's a really cool tool in here called marker. So if you see the bottom right, right here, it says M, which is your hotkey, standard, marker. So I'm going to turn to marker. Now what this is going to do is going to allow me to sketch. So I can basically do this. Oops, how about we try that? I'm going to actually select mining instead of remove designation. So now you'll notice it's blue and not brown. What this is doing is this is allowing me to see, play around with it, see what it looks like as I go. So that when I go to actually designate everything, it will be super easy. I can toggle it between marker and real designations very simply. Okay, so we're going to go here. So I'm not entirely certain where this is going to go, but looks good so far. Now, okay. Oops. So I want to keep the walls around the no, I don't want to keep the walls around the staircase. The staircases are there basically just temporary. So they're going to be eventually removed, I think. All right, so that I think is what the new shape is going to look like. So maybe we'll put some more ornaments on this at some point. Okay, so that goes one over, that goes there. Trying to match what you did exactly can be interesting. So that's there, so like so, like that. Not quite. No, that's not right. Okay, so I'm doing something wrong here. So let's go back. Let's go over this way and just kind of follow along. Not entirely certain what I did there. Okay. That's a little better. Okay, so that one comes here and ends there. And we've got 2. Yeah, I think that's 2, 1, 1. We just need another one there, do we not? Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, so this goes. It's hard to narrate when you're concentrating, so bear with me here. Alright, so that should be symmetrical. Wouldn't want something unsymmetrical. Good. Okay, that should be right there. Except we need one more here, I think. I think that's... No, that's not quite right. So, I think we got too many. So no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's what it should look like anyway. I think that's got it. That looks right. Perfect. Now let's do, because again, straight lines are boring, so we don't want straight lines. So what we want to do is something like this. There we go. That looks all right. What do you think? So that's gonna. So now it's blue. So they're not actually gonna. So what is this zoner construct for? So this is a marker. So basically, what I've done is I've told them, I've designated that, or I've marked it out as what I want to mine, but it's just a marker. So basically, I've just sketched on there kind of what I want, but I haven't made it official yet. So when I want to make it official, I go into my designation menu, and I go into capital M, which is toggle standard and marking. So that means once I select all of this, I can designate it as a real dig. As of right now, it's just a sketch to see kind of if I like it, right? So, and I think I do. I think I'm happy with it. Oh, I missed one. So M dig, that one. All right. So, but they're not actually gonna, until I tell them to dig it, I turn this blue stuff brown. They're not gonna do anything about it. So, and I want to make sure that this is all fully done before I do that. And I want to make sure I like it first. So, as we go down, again, area is gonna expand a bit. And then this, where does this go here? So this is here. So we want to make sure that this area, this food storage area, doesn't get dug into accidentally, which will be, unsightly, but it's also a good way to kill dwarves. Channeling through a ceiling is a good way to kill somebody. So we're gonna make sure so that's gonna like jut out right here. So a lot of this is gonna end up not carrying through to the next level down, but so we're gonna, yeah. All right. So it's gonna be interesting. We're gonna have to. There's a lot of that. Like the fort comes. The fort's gonna kind of jut into this quite a bit as we go down. Okay, I think I'm good to go here. Yes. So when you're digging stairs, they can dig through the floor into a cavern, for instance, and they won't fall down. But when they're channeling down, they remove the floor and then they will drop. So be very careful when you're channeling. It's something you need to do very deliberately, and it's something that is very difficult, or it can be difficult if you're not paying attention. All right, so I'm going to designate all of this to be dug because I think I'm happy with it, with our new shape. There we go. So again, that was capital M, which toggles standard and marking. So if it's brown, dig it down. If it's blue, do something else. All right, so now they're digging, and we're going to have a new cavern here shortly. Of course, once they dig it out, we'll have to smooth it all, and well, there's lots to do. And we've got, a long way down yet. My dwarves are going to be super tired. I should get more miners. That's what I need. What do I have here for picks? How many picks do I have? So we're going to go into our stock screen, and let's see if picks has their own. I don't think it does. I think it's under weapons. So I'm going to go here into enhanced view, and we're going to see picks. So I've got 1, 4, 5, 7, no, 8, sorry, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, so I can have 17 miners. I have enough picks for 17 miners. So let's pop up Dwarf Therapist. We're going to get some more miners, even if it's temporary. All right, so we're going to sort by miners. We're going to go up here. So, someone who is not, so she can get some mining late. I don't want anybody who's busy doing other stuff. Let's look for fisher dwarves. They're always good. So let's turn that on. We need some. These guys don't have anything to do right now because because the water's all frozen and I don't have any indoor fishing areas. So we're going to tell all of our fisher dwarves, except this guy, he's our farmer. Anybody else has good skills and anything? That's our doctor, or that's a doctor. We've got a couple. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. All right, that should help us speed this up a bit. Okay, awesome. Okay, so while they're doing that, let's take a look around and see what else we're doing. We had someone building stuff. We were smelting something down here. This is our wood furnace. Where's our smelter? It's down here. Right here. So hey, Trash Mac! Thank you for the raid. It's good to see you again. Welcome everybody. I am Mr. Touch Freak. We are streaming Dwarf Fortress, and we are doing a giant dig today. Briark7A1, welcome. Glad to see you. Trash Mac, what were you streaming tonight or today? This afternoon. So we are our smelter, which we have only one. Some Rimworld, nice. So we're doing some platinum smelting right now, and I was just realizing we only have one smelter. Let's go here. We're going to build another forge, which is under workshop. No, it's not. It's under... I can never remember where this is. It's under workshops. Jesus Christ. Workshops. Forge. There we go. So we got another one here. Okay, so we got lots of iron anvils. And we're going to set... Actually, how much... we're going to check... I need to check how many... how much fuel I've got. Hang tight. Let's do this again. Hope everyone's having a great day. How cold is it in Manitoba, Trash Mac? It is frigid over here. So build workshop forge. Oh, and we have to do... Where's closest stuff? So Gabbro's fine. It is really frigid where I am right now. Like really frigid. So we're going to build some... I'm not sure how much I have as far as fuel goes. We're not using magma for our fuel source, so we are looking, or we use logs to make charcoal. So we've got 9 blocks. That's probably not enough. Minus 29, yeah, minus 24 here, and it's actually still too cold. So I'm going to make another job here to make some charcoal. So we're going to new order charcoal, make charcoal. I need about 50 of them. Actually, let's just make 100. So we're going to make 100 brick or 100 bars of charcoal to burn to smelt our platinum. And then we'll go from there. All right. You know, it's days like today that make me wonder why I live on the prairies when it's so bloody cold out there. All right. So that's going. We've got... All right. Make yarn cloak. Good. Our clothing manufacturing is going along nicely. We had a great battle between Forgotten Beasts that lasted all of 13 seconds. Apparently a blob of water does not stand up to much. Alright, so I'm just checking on my cavern here, make sure my animals are good. I just designated a couple for slaughter, so we're going to have some fresh meat shortly. And we're looking good. Alright. back up to the top. We should be good to go. So this is our this is the grand entrance that we're designing here. We've got our newfangled entryway. We're just about to build a bridge right here. We also got another bridge, which I've almost forgotten about, down here, which we need to do. So this is our our fort is built in a ravine, and so these bridges are the main entryway into the 3 different islands that we have here. So this particular bridge was too small, so I need to rebuild it and make it a little bit bigger. So let's do that right now. So that's Gabbro. So we're going to build a new floor here. Does that actually stick out? It does. Okay, so let's build a new floor. And we're going to make that a Gabbro because we'll keep it consistent, right? So Gabbro, there it is. All right, and then that's going to allow us to build a 3 wide bridge there, because that is really necessary. Our dwarves, when it was only 2 squares wide, our dwarves were banging into each other, and they were having a tremendously hard time getting anywhere. So, time for a new bridge. So we're going to build bridge. Build it here. We'll make it 3 wide, and we're going to make it yay long. Now, I don't want this bridge to retract. I want it to raise. So it's going to raise like so. So I'm going to raise it towards the right. So we hit the D key, and that will do that. All right. So now, what do we want to build this out of dog soap? Tempting. Really tempting, but no. How about platinum bars? So we're going to build it out of, say, 4 platinum bars, and the rest will be made out of, let's make it out of, we've got a whole bunch of granite blocks. Let's use those. Granite blocks. Okay, so that will still make it look like platinum, but it won't use up all my platinum blocks. All right, let's let them get to work. Our architect will be busy. All right, excellent. Now let's find who is our architect. Just looking at Dwarf Fortress or Dwarf Therapist right now, which, if you don't know, is a great tool for just finding out what your dwarves are doing. And we have 4 architects. No idea who's going to do it, because no one's better than anybody else. Oh well. All right. So up to the big dig now. So this is our grand entrance. We're going to build a new. Actually, we're going to build a new bridge here as well. Let's build that. And this one's going to be the same kind of thing. So we're going to go 4 wide, and it's going to dip into it about like so. It's going to raise, same as before. And yeah, it should do. Enter. We're going to do that same thing. I want this made out of platinum, because why not? So we're going to do 4 platinum and 4 granite again. There we go. Now that bridge will allow everybody to come into our fort and murder us, because I have no way to stop them if they do. Actually, I could just lock the door. Most of the time that will work fine. But yeah, so do we have another gold door? We need a gold door. Gold door here is not built. What's going on here? Okay. Just checking my inventory again. Gold bars. I only have 2. That's the problem. Too bad. Oh, we'll wait on that one. So the grand entrance, and then below the grand entrance here is going to be a giant cavern going all the way down to the um, to the river below. It's about 13 Z levels down. How's your military do? Yes, I actually have a good military. I have 6 squads. 3 of them are really only 3 are useful. I've got actually I should say that I've got 3 really good like militia squads and then 1 Marksdwarf squad, which is only now, which is only now um, become useful. They helped me kill a were camel earlier today. The other squads are for our nobles and our important dwarves to get some military training in. They're not actual combat units. But yeah, the military is actually really good. They've been training for 12 years. They've had a number of fights actually a ton of fights with a ton of different different things. Because our caverns were open for a long time, and the only real defense we had was cage traps, and they would wander in all the time, trolls. So we would have to go and fight them, and we go kill them. I have legendary, absolute legends as far as militia dwarves go. They're not exactly equipped very well because they've been basically just whatever I could trade for. So we've got bronze battle axes and stuff like that. So I haven't really had great armor or weapons because I have no weapons grade metal here except for silver to make hammers out of. So that's been a bit of a challenge. But the military is good. I can show you them here. So we've got the legendary rookies, one of my best squads, led by Sister Spurn, who killed a forgotten beast. Actually, sorry, no, it wasn't a forgotten beast. It was a giant cave spider that crawled over our walls and murdered a whole bunch of dwarves. And so he put him down and he took the name, which is awesome. And we've got mace lords and hammer lords all over the place. So legendary hammer dwarf, legendary mace dwarf, legendary. They're all fantastically well trained. The Tombs of Rising has Snailbane, Sigan. He killed a snail-based forgotten beast, which was pretty awesome. Mr. Fist got his nickname from, who's a legendary mace dwarf now, but originally, before I had any weapons, he was a militia dwarf that it was a legendary wrestler. So he ended up punching everything. And so he would fight forgotten beasts, and he would just punch the hell out of them. And he got a nickname, Mr. Fist. Skin Caverns killed a forgotten beast recently. And took that name as well. But again, legendary, everybody is basically as skilled as you can get with weapons. Again, it's just the big problem is I don't have the ability to equip them properly without trading. The Lamb Brigade is a group of trainees, and if I absolutely need to, I can send them into fight, and like lambs to the slaughter, they will probably not come back. The Imprisoned Papers are my Marksdwarves. They are actually pretty good now, but they were useless at first. And they would, they were bad. They wouldn't fire at anything. And then the Trust Letters are the Trust Letters and the Squad of Lost Souls are squads for dwarves that just need training. They're not actual combat squads. But there's been a lot of combat in this fort. There's been a lot of fun. Many dead dwarves. Oh, whoa, stop. Okay, no, we're good. I thought I was digging out my a wall I needed for a ramp to work, but I don't. Oh, that would have been cool. Oh well. So as we go, so as you can see, we're going down and we're widening out this digging as we go, because why not? We're gonna make this as epic as possible. All right, I'm gonna just start designating all this stuff to be smooth, so that we can go. This is the tedious bit. Oops. Considering this was originally intended as not a combat fort, we have a lot of dead. So, do you have the living dead working in this fort? No, actually, we are completely free of necromancers, zombies, or any kind of dead entertainment like that. I don't know how. I mean, there's some visitors, but I've been pretty. I've culled them pretty relentlessly. So we would, you can't just kill them, right? Because then your dwarves get all upset that you're killing random people in the tavern. But we would interrogate them, find out what they're up to, and then execute them somehow. I've got one still sitting in a cage somewhere. He's not part of my fort. All right. Dogs are being cute. All right, we got some smoothing yet to do. Well, they were being cute anyway. All right, awesome. I think the dogs have having a legendary fight behind you. They're playing. They both want to sit in the same bench. And besides, it's 3 hours before supper time. They've decided that they have to start bugging me now. That should still work. Okay, we're good. Let's go down and see how our bridges are doing. So this is our main bridge. It is still underway. Did that get? Yeah, that got. So these doors here have been deconstructed, and because I don't really need them anymore. When we originally started, we had a lot of werecamels that just kind of waltzed when the river froze over. They would just kind of waltz up this pathway and just climb up the walls and slaughter us all, which was a lot of fun, but it was annoying. So I ended up building these walls at the end of the river to prevent them from just walking up, which has worked. So I haven't had any problems since I've done that. I also, at the same time, lifted up these bridges a little higher and put some overhangs so that people can't just climb up as easily. Willow! Willow, stop chewing on that. You silly dog. I like eating the fluff out of the bed. Not ideal. Oh, Shift F1. What's going on here? Sorry, one sec. Just checking out how my other bridge is coming along. Look at all that beautiful, beautiful red vomit. That is wonderful. I need to go let my dog out, so bear with me a sec. All right, I'm back. I'll have to go let them in a minute, but because you can't leave them out for too long at minus 30. So we are following Lord Detan. He's one of my original 7 settlers. He has, as I said before, he's carved out half of this fort all by himself. And he's one of my sturdiest dwarves. And he's going to pray by the looks of it. So he is. So let's see who he's worshiping. I think he's in our general temple. I don't think he's actually in a temple for any specific deity. So this is the Church of Dawns. No, the Tomb of Crowding. Sorry, that is Church of Dawns is for one of our specific gods. Yeah. So anyway, so he's getting his worship on. Our bridge is done. Look at that, platinum bridge. That's better. Look at that. So we're gonna go here, D, because I had set this to a restricted traffic area. So we're gonna set this to a high traffic area. Not like it matters, but that way they will use the bridge. Excellent. Now I'm going to have to link that back up to my lever. I don't even remember where that one is. So I have a control room here, and there's another one up here. One word of advice, if I can ever give you a word of advice, always label your bridges or your levers if you have enough of them. Because I can never remember what any of these are. So Lower Island, South Main Bridge. That should be the one. So no, South Main Bridge, Lower Island. Lower Island is the land mass on the left, this side over here. I call it the island. So the Lower Island, that would be the one. So we're going to add task. We're going to link it up to a bridge. Granite Bridge. Okay. We're also going to name this bridge. Control N, we're going to name this Lower Island. And we're going to go, that will match up with the lever that we've got here. So Lower Island. So that should get linked up here shortly. Very good. All right, good. I'm supposed to be studying this, so interesting. I'm on a page for 20 minutes. I know what it's like. When I watch streams, it's very often at the expense of working. So I know how you feel, Stunning Toaster, and I appreciate you spending your time with me. I really do. And I appreciate that you find it interesting. Dwarf Fortress is one of those games that you just never know if anyone's actually going to like it or not. Okay, so I'm going to our vampire. Let's talk about our vampire for a second. This is the Count. He is currently training by himself. I'm supposed to be researching. It hurts my brain. I don't blame you. Standards are a pain. I mean, I work for a bank, and doing the mandatory training and all the standard stuff that we need to learn, the regulatory stuff that we need to know is nuts. I mean, it's crazy, especially since I'm a mobile employee. I don't need to know robbery prevention. I don't need to know sexual harassment policy because, I mean, I work from home. If my dog sexual harass me, it's not CIBC's business. But apparently I still have to take the training. All right, let's talk about our vampire. Okay, so he has, first of all, he's very, very happy. He has a lot of bad thoughts, though, which is very interesting. But his happiness is good, but he's very distracted, and he's had a lot of bad thoughts over the last little while. So he is lonely after being away from people, and lonely after being unable to make merry, frustrated after being unable to take it easy, although he literally does nothing. He didn't feel anything after a lack of troublemaking. He didn't feel anything after being able to argue. So he's frustrated after being unable to acquire something, frustrated after being kept from alcohol. So he's got some issues. But he has his own little palace here. If we look, this is his manager's office. This is his own private temple. This here is his bedroom, which he doesn't use. He's a vampire, he doesn't sleep. He's got his own craft dwarf workshop and his own private stockpile for stuff. However, he's not building stuff right now, so I am going to close him into his room by locking this door here. And that way, and so I've locked this door, which means he can't get into his workshop. And I've opened up this one here so that everyone else can. So they'll go and they'll grab the stuff that he built and take it to the rest of the fort. And we can clean out all the junk that's piled up in here because he has a cat. So there's hamster remains which need to be dumped. Hamster remains. I hate vermin remains. They get everywhere. Maybe I missed this. He's a vampire, but why have you given him so much quality of life? Because he's useful. A vampire never eats, he never sleeps, and he doesn't need anything. So if you lock him in a room and make him your manager and bookkeeper, he just does that. So that's what I've done. I mean, I could kill him, but he's probably got friends in the fort, which will cause them to be unhappy that we murdered this guy. He only drained the blood of one dwarf. I mean, he's not a bad guy. So, I gotta go let my dogs in. Just bear with me one sec. I will let you follow this dude. He is planting seeds. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. As are the dogs, and they're frisky. Willow! Willow! Stop it! Chewing on their bed again. Willow! Don't. I mean, if it's Eberron lore, keep him alive. It's usually D&D lore. He's evil and slowly draining your fortress of finances. In this case, he's actually doing a very useful job. My dogs are playing behind me, and they're really noisy. But no, I mean, he's part of the fort. Eventually, he will probably go mad because dwarves need alcohol. Even vampire dwarves need alcohol. Vampire dwarves can't drink, though, so a sober vampire is not a fun vampire. So he'll probably go mad eventually, in which case I will we'll lock him in one of those rooms and just leave him to rot forever. But right now he's useful. But I'm trying to prevent him from going insane as long as possible, which is why I'm giving him a good quality of life. Yeah, I think that looks good. Now we need to build seawall. Okay, so we're going to build a wall here out of, this is gabbro, so let's build gabbro, and we're going to build a wall here. So this will now allow us, where is gabbro? How did I miss gabbro? It's right at the top, that's why. Definitely don't build a wall out of dog soap. One could hope and, cannot get other dwarves drunk and take their blood. So if I let him out and he drank the blood of dwarves, he would be very, very happy. as long as you don't mind the occasional death, vampires are really useful. They typically end up being your mayor or the captain of the guard. Um, so yeah, but no. Like I said, he killed one dwarf already, and that's enough. So I got really lucky. I found him really quickly when he got his first kill, so I was able to isolate him fast, um, which was it was lucky. It was really lucky. All right, why is that there? I think I. Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry. Okay, so we are still waiting on this bridge being built. Looks like this is our guy who's building it, Snailbane. He's not happy being outside right now. Tricks to finding a vampire. They don't eat, they don't sleep, and they don't get hungry. Throw them in a lake. If they don't drown, they're a vampire. That might be a bit extreme, mind you. So I meant extract, but not. A vampire will occasionally not drain a vampire or a dwarf completely, but yeah, that's rare. Okay. But yeah, the trick is they don't eat, they don't sleep, and they never use their bedroom. Um, so they don't if they don't claim a bedroom. So there are ways to tell if he's a vampire or not. The other thing you can do is watch your dwarves when they sleep, because they'll only ever suck the blood of a dwarf that's sleeping. So don't have bedrooms is one way to do it, but just keep an eye on your dormitory or your bedrooms when they're sleeping, and eventually he'll come around and you'll catch him. Clack 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 of my dog's toenails on my floor. All right, I think this one is done. This level is done. Okay, next level is going to be fun though, because we have to go and work around this. All right, so let's see, because we don't want to channel into our fortress, because that would be silly. Okay, so we're gonna go D. We're gonna do marker for this. So I don't want to fuck this up. Okay, so we're gonna go down here. That's our corner, which is actually easy because it's actually going to connect to this pillar. That's going to make it really, really nice. So that's the corner right there, right? Yeah. So we need to go here. I think that goes all the way. So if we do that, nope. Channel. So I think if we channel there, that's going to miss it completely. And down here is perfect. Oh, look at how perfect that is. It's almost like I planned this and I'm not just pulling it out of my ass. All right, so this whole area here will be left alone to accommodate for the fortress beneath it, and then eventually, when that fortress goes away, we'll come back and do that. So it'll be like that food storage area kind of just juts out into the area, to be supported by this pillar, which is actually so beautiful. Run, doggies, run! No worries. If you want more Trash Mac, if you want more vampire tips, check the wiki. It is full of them. But worst, and you can also do interrogations. So have your captain of the guard interrogate dwarves to see what you can find. Just be careful. Odds are your captain of the guard is your vampire. They like to do that to avoid suspicion. It's almost like they're, intelligent undead that have lived thousands of years. And what else can I tell you about vampires? I don't know. There's lots. But yeah, just you can lock a dwarf in a room that you suspect who it is. If he gets hungry, he's not your vampire. If he lives there forever, then yeah, he's your vampire. Should maybe have an epilepsy warning on this fort right now, because this is a lot of blinking. Okay, we'll do that later. Okay, so So the one problem with making ornate caverns or ornate forts is that doing this sort of thing takes forever. But I really do think it's worth it. I think having a fort that looks good is more interesting than having a fort that's just square boxes all the time. But that's just me. Okay, so that is everything we want to dig, I'm pretty sure. Let's just make sure that we're not... nothing is damaging this. We're going to want to Z this. Going to take care of that. So that is just a random ramp in the middle of nowhere that I don't want. Same with these ones. Okay, so that should do it. Okay, so I'm going to do, now that we've got that done, I'm going to change that marking to, whoops, designate, marking. So we're going to toggle this back to regular designation, and then the dwarves will start digging. Diggy diggy. Boom. Carry on, my dwarves. Alright, that's looking pretty good so far, I think. Oh, yeah. Alright, looking good. Okay. I'm going to be streaming for another 20 minutes or so, and then I'm going to be wrapping up for the day. So if anyone wants to see anything particular about the fort, just let me know. I am happy to show you. We'll see what else we can do here. Let me just zoom out a bit. I normally play about this kind of zoom level, so I can see a bit more on the screen at once. But I figure it's easier for you guys to see actually what's going on. Let's take a look at my dwarves. I'm going to take a look at some of the unhappy dwarves and see if I can't find them a better or something to help them out. So this guy, for one thing, he has this is Melville Ishavaz. He actually is one of our best military dwarves. But why not? Gold is cool. It's dwarfy. It has nothing. It has literally nothing to do with anything other than it's very dwarfy. If a dragon comes by, yeah, the dragon can melt them, but I'm not worried about that. But yeah, this fort is really all about being as dwarfy as possible without any metal, which is different. Okay, so over the long term, he's been under a great deal of stress. He is blissful after sleeping in a fantastic bedroom, which is good. He was angry after getting into an argument and frustrated after being unable to acquire something for too long. Lonely after being away from family and friends. Frustrated after being unable to practice a craft. We can fix that. Can't do anything about decent meals. In this version of Dwarf Fortress, the only way to satisfy their need for a decent meal is to give them something that they prefer. Now, Melville here likes to consume mussel and swamp whiskey. I don't even know what swamp whiskey is, and I don't think there's any mussels in the rivers around here. So I have, aside from importing that stuff, I have no way of getting it to them. So that's never really going to be something I can address. Now that was fixed in 4705, the new version that just came out last week, 2 weeks ago. So now any quality meal will satisfy that. So I would really like to upgrade to that version, but because I use all these extra tools, I have to wait till they're all updated as well, which is, you know, my own problem. I really don't like the look of the I guess the standard the more ASCII tile sets, like even the Krug Smash tile set, and the one that Blind uses. It's hard to look at. It's really hard to look at. So I think this is nice and clean, and it makes it look really good. And so I really kind of need it. Okay, so let's first of all, so he needs to practice a craft. So we're gonna make him. We're gonna give him a crafts dwarf skill. So we're gonna go into his labors. He should have stoneworking. Nope, it's not there. Where is it? Craft. So he has stone crafting enabled, but I'm gonna make him give him bone carving. We're gonna make him do some bone carving. And we're going to give him a dedicated workshop. So this one, we're going to go into the profile, and we're going to search for Melville. And we're going to make him make some bone stuff. I had him do flasks a while back, but apparently that didn't work. So maybe that was blacksmithing and not crafting, technically. I don't know. But anyway, so he's going to go here. He's going to make just some nice bone crafts. And he's going to give him 10 work orders. And hopefully that'll help fix him. If it doesn't, well, we'll try something else. Another thing that might help, I mean, he's one of our militia dwarves. I could give him a break. In fact, actually I'm going to do that. I'm going to go into my military screen, and I'm going to basically turn off their training, because they don't need training anymore. These guys, all three of these top 3 squads are legends in their own minds. So we're going to basically go into alerts, and we're going to turn off training for these guys. So we're going to go inactive. Those 3 will be inactive. So now they shouldn't train unless they want to. So that should help give them some free time to just chill and maybe be less miserable. Alright, let's see if we can find one of our other miserable dwarves. That's the vampire, he doesn't count. Vampire up here, just FYI. Alright, let's see what we can find for another unhappy dwarf. I know I've got a few of them. And odds are they're crying to our mayor in his office. Nope. There's one. Taylor. Oh, he's new. Okay. He's our legendary tailor. He's basically the hub of our entire clothing industry. So he's really important. And let's see what he has. The other thing I can do, their quarters are just kind of meh. So let's actually go and do, we're going to go into our, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some stuff to their quarters and make them a little bit better. So I'm going to go into our manager. I'm going to make some tables. Because I have some, so I want rock table. So let's do, let's do say 30 of them. Okay. So that's going to be, why are these not getting validated? Ah, I know why. He's distracted. He's really distracted. So the problem with having a vampire as your manager is that he gets distracted because he has seriously unmet needs, and he's not actually doing his job right now. Funny thing is, I'm just going to pop up Dwarf Therapist. This is the Count. This is my vampire. He's so distracted. His needs are so unmet. He basically is naked. He has a few bone armor pieces that he made for himself out of cat bone. And he's alone. He's been alone for like 5-6 years, something like that. But if you look over here, he is ecstatic. He's so incredibly high on life. Minus 95,000 stress is about as unstressed as you can get. However, that doesn't mean that he's, perfect. He's actually quite badly distracted, which means he can't do his job right now. So I'm actually going to take the manager's job away from him and give it to somebody else. So let's give it to, let's look at we have a lot of administrators because that's basically military dwarves that aren't really doing anything. So let's give it to, somebody who is manager. Let's take it away from the Count. Okay, so we're going to replace him. So we've got a master organizer. Great organizer. Well, let's Dacoste Cullenber. I think he actually created one of our artifacts recently. So that name sounds familiar. We'll check him out in a second. But we've got this office here, which is, oh, that's our broker's office. Okay, I guess we'll make him a new office. This here was always meant to be the manager's office, but we'll make him a new one. This is kind of the administration hub of the fortress with the broker and the, does the broker need one? The broker does not need one. Okay, so we'll make that manager. Okay, so we'll take it away from Lady Alas. She doesn't need it. All right, so we're gonna auto allocate the broker. Okay, so assign chair. Am I reading that wrong? They don't need a. The broker doesn't need an office. Okay, good. So we're going to assign to Dacoste. We're going to auto allocate that to manager. Okay, so now we should have, yeah, our broker's fine. Okay, perfect. Done. Now let's find Dacoste. Dacoste. Search for Dacoste. Oh, sorry. My bad. My bad. Sorry about that. One of these days I will get used to that and actually figure that out. Maybe this is why I shouldn't use Dwarf Therapist, because it gets in the way of the stream. I can also do it off screen as well, but I don't know. I kind of want you guys to see what I'm doing. All right, so let's take a look at Dacoste. So my goals are important to me. Well, congratulations, you are now a manager. So she is married to Burr Paddle Arches and has 2 children. Melville, who is the other dwarf that we were just looking at, which is actually interesting. And Shorast Kingdom's Mine. Don't worry, it's a minor thing. I like to see what you do on Therapist as well. Good. Just if I forget, let me know, because I can't actually see it in my own screen. So it's actually I've got the preview on, but it's over on the other monitor, and I'm not really looking at it. So she worships a whole bunch of different deities. She arrived here at Beguiledbastions of Beers on the 3rd of Sandstone, the year 257. So she's been here about 5 years. She's 81 years old, born on the 5th of Obsidian, the year 181. She's incredibly muscular. Her hair is clean shaven. Dark brown skin is wrinkled. Her upper body bears the marks of numerous old wounds. Chief among them, a massive jagged scar. Her left hand bears a massive straight scar. Her ears are free-lobed. Her eyelashes are short. Her hair is chocolate with a touch of gray. Her eyes are turquoise. She is absolutely inexhaustible, basically unbreakable, unbelievably strong, quite quick to heal, and very agile. I like this dwarf. She likes magnetite, lay pewter, heliodor, lion leather, yak hoof, amber, bolts, large gems, flesh balls for their warmth. What? Buckwheat for their beer, and words for the feral impunity. Flesh balls? Okay. The sound of the musical poem and the sight of the butterfly of venerating. So if anyone doesn't understand, those are forms of music and forms of poetry, and forms of dance, pardon me. When possible, she prefers to consume giant leopard gecko, soft wheat beer, and alfalfa seeds. She absolutely detests hamsters. She has a stunning feel for spatial relationships, a great ability to focus, a great sense of empathy, very good intuition, very good creativity, very good feel for social relationships, a good kinesthetic sense, but she has very bad analytical abilities and really bad memory. Perfect manager. So she personally, like others in her culture, she holds craft dwarfship to be of the highest ideals and celebrates talented artisans and their masterworks, greatly prizes loyalty, values family, sees friendships as one of the finer things in life, greatly respects artists and their works, greatly respects those who take time to master skill, deeply respects those that work hard for their labors, believes that honesty is an ideal value, values leisure time, respects fair dealing and fair play. So she sounds like a really stand-up dwarf. She values martial prowess and finds nature somewhat disturbing. She personally sees the denial of impulses as the vain and foolish pursuit. She thinks it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse, complain, or even show emotion due to being nauseated by the sun in 257. Thinks there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity due to experiencing trauma in 252. That was before she even came to me. Believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected due to retching on miasma in 254, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. She dreams of mastering a skill, and this skill is realized. I'm pretty sure she created one of our artifacts. So she's a good dwarf, really, really good dwarf. Overall, she's unfocused though, so she wants to be with people. She wants to have an exciting life, unfocused after being able to acquire something. Badly distracted over lack of decent meals. Well, can't do anything. I don't have any giant leopard gecko. She's unfocused after being unable to admire art. We're literally crawling with art in this fortress. It's everywhere. And she wants to pray to a bunch of different deities, but can't because she is probably too busy. Again, I really need to give these guys some time off. Okay, so she's pretty awesome. Yeah. And I'm going to go back to her, Dacost, because let's find out. She has relationships. So she is married to our chief medical dwarf, Dr. Burr, or Iden Rovod, Melville, the Buxton. Actually, that's not the Melville I was thinking of. He's not here. Oh. So that's one of the problems with dwarves is that they have. Pardon me one sec. I got to take a phone call. Sorry about that. All right, so we got another 5 minutes or so. We'll just and then we're going to be wrapping the stream up here shortly. So one of the problems with dwarves when they come to your fortress is they quite often leave family behind where they came from, and that can cause them a lot of stress because they like, especially like a dwarf like that. She loves her family. She loves being with um, her family and friends, and they're not here. So it's yeah, I mean that's a problem for dwarves, and that's something that you really can't do anything about, um, short of kidnapping them. Okay, so what I wanted to do though is, um, but she should be okay. I mean, she should be fine. Taylor, what was he? I should have been paying. Oh yeah, I wanted to give them tables and chairs, which I'm going to do, which I've got being built. Okay, very good. Let's go back up and see how we're doing up here. So that bridge is still not built. I think it's because they're dragging all the this guy, who is Sigan, he is bringing all the materials over on this side, and anytime he goes out in the sun, of course, he gets nauseous and slows down. All right, so how's the digging going? Once this level is dug out, we're going to call it a day, but I'll let you guys see how this looks as we go. So these ramps right here are, oh, that's marker again. Damn it. Okay. They are on top of this roof area. So once we dig down, we're not going to be able to get back up there easily. Once the ramps go away. So I want to make sure. So I just set those to priority 1 so that those get done right away. Thank you, Mizuma. I'm glad you were here like the whole stream. It was fantastic. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's been so much fun. I gotta say. I really wasn't sure when I started doing this. I wasn't sure, if I would be able to make it interesting or if anyone would be interested in watching. Um, but I'm glad you found it fun. I'm glad you found it interesting. I'm really, really enjoying it. Truly, truly enjoying myself. And thanks for everyone who stuck around, everyone who followed, um, everyone who rated. Just you guys are awesome. It's what makes it worthwhile. I had you on my phone while I did some cleaning around the house. It was great for me. Cool. Briars, thanks so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Every single follow right now means so much as a new streamer. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I will be streaming again tomorrow, same time at noon my time, which is Mountain Standard. It is in my schedule if you want to check it out. I will be continuing the big dig and whatever else gets thrown at us. So we got a lot done today. Actually, we got built a new bridge, which I was dreading, honestly. Um, the problem with this bridge down here, which didn't come up, but I was worried that because there were so many people walking over it all the time, that I wouldn't be able to get them off of it. And you take the bridge away and everyone falls to their deaths uh, into the water, which is less than ideal. But again, thank you everyone for coming and joining me today. Dwarf Fortress is a wonderful game to share, and I'm really glad you guys enjoyed yourself. Okay. Well, you know what? We'll save that for tomorrow. So tomorrow we're gonna start building the rest of this. The dig is just the I guess the heart of it, but the rest of it, all the corridors that go away from it and all that stuff, we're gonna start working on that tomorrow. And so I'm looking forward to doing that. And this stream, I'm going to remember to actually turn the game off when I turn the stream off, so that we don't have any surprises like we did today. So, so again, thank you very much for streaming or for coming by. I'm going to let these guys work for a few minutes, and then we're going to end it. So. All right, we're going to call it a quits there. Thank you very much again, and we will talk to you tomorrow. Stay dwarfy, everybody.